車の窓を開けて君は風にはしゃぐなんか最近悩んでたきっ
We gonna play the game, the PlayStation all day with the Metal Gear Solid to Tekken 3 and from Omega Boost to Resident Evil. Just play for the fun, cause we got it going on. Resident Evil, Gran Turismo, Omega Boost, Bloody Raw, X-Files, all over the world. Come on, Red Racer, Oddworld, we gonna live it, the game on the PlayStation.
What the reporting? What do you mean you're reporting this? This is a wholesome stream. I'm just literally starting this whole thing up. And you're reporting me? What the? Fucking Deshaun. Name's literally Deshaun. You're reporting this, man. Shit. Oh well. Try me, bitch. Try me. But anyway, we're back. It's back with another casual stream. We're just gonna... Anyway, it's It's gonna be a normal stream, just chilling. We got a bunch of. We're just gonna look through Twitter and all that. You know, got a bunch of. Got a bunch of random videos. You gotta watch. I don't know why the share button didn't leave, but in the cream of the crop we got we got him we watched some of this, and then the cream of the crop we're watching Nick on Patrick Bet David, a collab that everyone tried to get, and now it's finally happening. I mean, he was on Valuetainment, but no one sadly no one that wasn't really as impactful in my opinion, because yeah, it was a buzz on Valuetainment, but most people forgot about it unless they're talking about that brown skinned Jewish guy who's bald. That guy who tried to who literally went on the show just to make a fool of himself. But anyway, let's see. Already first Twitter message. Already Trump, Rosh Hashanah, he's already complaining about anti-Semitism. Let's see what he says. I send my warmest greetings to every American celebrating Rosh Hashanah. What is that? I speak English. I don't speak this Hebrew word. The start of the new year for Jewish faith in a holy time of prayer. No, we don't do moon years, bro. We don't do that anymore. During the sacred time, Jewish believers begin the 10 days of repentance, so culminating Yom Kippur, the holy state year of Judaism. As the Jewish community gathers for special time of spiritual renewal, this administration holds religious liberty and ending faith-based persecution. Yeah, Don, those Jews have it hard, bro. We know, Don. Those Jewish people have they got the community center menorah got spray painted once. Whoop! How awful. I mean, Christians right now, they're getting sued for anything. but the Yom Kippur, including the scourge of anti-Semitism, we pledge to build a peace and recognize the dignity and print of every human soul. I have my best wishes. Yeah. Unlike most Americans don't know what that is. I don't know why you care. I don't know why he cares that much about it. But anyway, let's see. See you on the top news. Kojima Productions reveals OD horror game espionage title in Death Stranding film's 10-year anniversary. Oh, let's see. Let's see. OD. This is a new Kojima game. This is breaking news. Breaking news from me, of course, because I have a good night's sleep while everyone else literally wakes up at 2 p.m. Let's see. Let's see the new game. Okay. Got the close up of the door. Breaking in. You failed. You failed to open the door. Year since the blank, horror blank blank, the cursed blank, have once again blanked into the forbidden. You know it's really in there, cause everything is blanked. All the information is blanked, cause that's the most immersive experience ever for a horror game. It's all blank. It's all blank. Lights careless over it, they're blank. Why is it all blank? Come on. There's gotta be one moment where it's not blank. Seriously. There's gotta be one piece of information that's gotta not be blank, because that's just cliche. Literally blank again. The building was blank from a 3D scan of a blank found in a blank. It's all blank. And then the blank, we're blank in the sinister ritual. It's all blank. We're blank mode right now. Open that door. Open that evil door. Open what's in the scary room. Run. Don't go in. He went in. What the? Oh, don't light the candles. What? Ew. Fucking bitch. You did the voodoo doll thing. Light the candles, bro. Light the evil candles. Dude, stop lighting the candles, bro. It's the monsters behind the room. Bruh. What is he doing? Kidding me, bro. Dude, stop! Stop lighting the candles. And the door open, bro. You stupid bitch. Literally, you got the signs that were there, you dumb bitch. Now it's behind you. Now the monster's behind you. Should not let them. OD. Sophia and Hunter Lillis. Unreal. And that's all that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the new game. New Kojima game. Breaking news. Nigga, what the fuck are we doing? Already, mutuals are hating it. Looks like shit. Last time we got a team that's legendary was Elden Ring. Oh yeah, it's Xbox exclusive too. So yeah. Safa Konami. This is an Xbox exclusive, bitch. You ain't gonna work. You ain't got no. You should have let us make PT, but no, you didn't. You bitch. Anyway, what's this? Steel Ball Run Netflix anime teaser trailer voice cast for 26th Netflix premiere. Oh gosh, a dub. Alright, let's see how this dub goes. And it's Netflix. It's Netflix. Let's see it. Is this the gay stream I'm What the? Yeah. We just saw Kojima's PT clone, and now we gotta see the Netflix. Let's see how badly they do the Netflix dub. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see. See how they do it. Okay, it's a sub, whatever. Set the stream roll. Oh, it's a trailer. Okay, whatever. It's JoJo. I don't really care about that. Just serious. What else is going on? Twitter. Oh yeah, is Kojima the one who did Metal Gear? Yep, same guy. Oh yeah, it's this too. Macron gets stopped in NYPD because you see Macron, he's in New York. Motorcade blocked him.
I'm sorry, I'm the president. I'm really sorry. It's just that everything's frozen right now.
Everything's closed, Mr. Pre.
There's a motorcade coming right now. I'm sorry.
If you don't see it,
My buddy played the new Kojima game where he carries boxes and does nothing. Yeah, that's a peak gameplay. That's the peak gaming experience. Gala, get the yeah, the poo pee and shower grenades. Yeah.
Guess what?
Guess what?
In the street because everything is frozen for you.
Everything is closed. Bro sounds like a rat, bro. He literally sounds like a rat. Just yeah, the walk, bitch. I thought it was joking when you told him, but it's real, yeah.
C'est bon,
Look at me.
Voilà. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, he's just walking. All right, let's see. Is there anything else going on Twitter? Let's see. Italian union stage nationwide strike for Gaza. Yeah, whatever. Macron's. I still can't believe this is actually real. Like, this is a real headline. I'm not even joking. I mean, look at this shit. Brigitte Macron submits evidence and U.S. defamation suit. Like, she literally had to present evidence for this shit. And I hope the Macrons, they sue her ass for everything, because, you know, she publicly refused to mourn. So yeah, screw her. I hope Emmanuel sues her ass for everything, like everything that her cuck husband has of being of like British royalty or something. I don't know what his wealth came from. I forgot. But anyway, yeah, that's enough for YouTube. Let's go back. All right, we got some videos. Got a bunch of slop. Got a little updates on the slop in the bad movie, and we'll just watch, and then, you know, we'll chain off what the algorithm has for this. But yeah, anyway, let's see. I guess we'll begin with the YN video, the dumbest self snitches in rap history. You know, all these like rap fans like, hey man, he did do nothing, and it's like, yeah, because they killed someone and they self-reported themselves. That's why they are in jail. Because they did it, and they were not remorseful that they did it. You know, YNs do YN things. And them complaining about daddy not being at home is not an excuse, because they know it's wrong. But, you know, let's see how these guys fuck up their life.
Self-snitching.
Let's see, self-snitching
In your own music has been a popular trope in rap that a lot of people have talked about for years. Like in MF Doom's famous song Rap Snitch Knishes, where him and Mr. Fantastic sing, rap snitches telling all their business, sit in the court and be their own star witness. For years people have joked about how
star witness, man, shit.
Straight up tell on themselves, saying exactly what they did
tell
wrong
themselves
in
in
their
court,
music,
man.
like in this
Get
Key
off
Peele
easily.
sketch.
The name of the album is I Killed Darnell Simmons.
It's a concept album.
A concept?
Or in this sketch from Long Beach Griffey.
It wasn't just me, I had help from my friends, Donnie and Tim. They got the guns, no gun.
They got the
license,
guns,
registered
man.
Ones. Paul and Kate wasn't involved, but they sell drugs. Yeah, they move weight like a U-Haul. Jim and Cornelius, they don't pay their taxes. IRS, come get their black asses.
So clearly this is a big meme in
My favorite rapper as a kid was X-Rated. I believe he was the first to ever have his lyrics used in a trial.
pop culture, but does it actually happen?
Safa.
Has there ever been a time where a rapper has snitched on themselves in a song and then the court...
Dude, they do that all the time. They literally report their crimes. Like, all these rappers are gangbangers. They literally write about their crimes every day in their songs. Like, name one that hasn't, like, done that. I mean, you can point at Drake, but, like, you know what Drake is. Meanwhile, all these other guys, I mean, look at this. I mean, TK, he literally killed a nigga. He killed a nigga and made a song about it. that was, like, confessing to a crime. You know, there's no room for, like, you know, bad childhood or whatever.
has actually used it to convict them. Well, it doesn't quite happen as often as you may think, but there are some great examples of it. So today we're going to be looking into rappers who snitched on themselves in songs, starting off with TK. Back in
Oh gosh, TK. I absolutely despise this, rapper. Like out of all the rappers I don't like this is like my hate him is for this guy is like number one, because he's like the pinnacle of like YN behavior, and like all these like black rapper content creators, they like try to claim this is not racial, but like this is absolutely why. This is like the peak reason. He later came out after the go out of prison, said it was either him or his friend that committed the murder. They both shot down a hallway at the same time, so they don't know who made the shot. These lyrics are pretty coded and weren't so out in the open.
2016, Tay-K was first arrested in Texas for his connection to a murder, which occurred during a home invasion and robbery.
Dude, some people were like, free Tay-K. Tay-K innocent, man. He did do nothing. It's like, bro, he pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger. It didn't matter. Like, bro, let one guy die. And he was on a manhunt, and he literally shot up someone else. He pulled the trigger. They straight up describe detail in their murders, yeah.
Before pretrial hearings were set to begin, Tay-K cut off his ankle monitor and fled the area. While on the run, he allegedly shot and killed another person in a chicken.
He did, bro. He literally got proven in court that he shot him, bro. There's no alleged. He was tried of his peers and he was guilty. It's end of story. Like, end of story. He shot him. Biggie said, who shot you? It was him. It was this guy. Tay-K did the race. Yeah, literally. The race is literally like the setting stone of YN. Because that song literally is him admitting to the murder.
A parking lot following an argument which escalated. After this, Tay-K continued his crime spree, beating up and robbing a 65-year-old man at
Bro, he beat up Skid Pepe. He beat up Pepe, bro. This man needs the electric chair. Like, he beat up Pepe. He beat up Pepe. Oh, dude.
Gunpoint. That's when he apparently fled to New Jersey, where at this point he recorded and released his hit single The Race on SoundCloud under the name Tay-K. On this song, he pretty much openly admitted to everything that he did.
I like how he said he admitted it, but like now he said alleged. But like, bro, there's only two sides. Pick one. Who was the other guy who sung in the Murder on My Mind? There's video footage of him letting some. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not really into the lore of these degenerates because I don't like this. Because I don't care about these dumb YNs who, you know, are sent to prison all the time. So like, what's the point?
He said things
They're gonna be like in jail in a year.
Like, fuck a beat, I was trying to beat.
They're gonna be in jail for life.
But I
in
didn't
a
beat
year.
that case. I did the race. I woke up.
Yeah, I think so.
Too moody. Who gonna die today? Shoot a boy in his motherfucking face. We was plotting, y'all was trying to get the pack in. Get the pack in, you get robbed for a fraction. Because the song was actually good and he was on the run when he released it, people ate it up and it went super viral. Following the song's virality, he filmed and debuted a music video which even featured scenes of him in front of his wanted poster. The video in the song went so viral that it reached the 44th spot on the Billboard Hot 100 and went platinum. Although, while Tay-K had been able to avoid being caught so far, his luck ran out. Ironically, the same day he released the
Be locked up
music video is when police officers found and arrested him in Elizabeth, New Jersey. After all of his sons, the courts weren't risking it anymore, so despite him still being a minor, he was sent straight to Tarrant County Jail in Fort Worth. Around 2 years.
Yeah, because he literally went on a manhunt. Like, I don't like. There's some weird thing with like people who report on Tay-K. They believe that him being extradited to Texas, where he was from, and getting the 45-year sentence. Like, bro, they accounted for him being on the manhunt. Like, do you really think they would not do that? Like if he just shot him and stayed in Texas, he probably would have gotten less, which is bad to me. But like, he couldn't have gotten like 30 years at least. But no, he went on the run and now he's serving 90 years. He's not coming out. He's gonna die in jail. He's gonna die in jail because he ran away. What's saying is a lot of these guys only get like 20 years, which is like 10 with good conduct. So they're 28 or making millions off of being a murderer. Yeah, I think with this one, he basically can't profit off of his own earnings because, the families of the victims, they sued him for millions. So he's not earning a dime. Like, he's not earning a dime for the race because that's going to like paying off the settlement from the families that had their lives destroyed by this waste of life.
After this arrest, he was found guilty of murder and aggravated robbery for the 2016 shooting.
Will the jury find the defendant Tamar Trevon McIntyre guilty of the lesser included offense of murder.
For this crime, he was sentenced to 55 years in prison and fined
Good.
$21,000. However, this was
55.
not the end for TK. On top of his first sentencing, in April of 2025, TK was convicted again of murder. This time
Yes.
for the 2017 accusation. At first, he was facing capital murder charges, which would have meant life without parole, but due to lacking strength in evidence, he got a slightly lesser charge, which resulted in an 80-year sentence.
80 years, bro. He ain't ever coming out. He ain't ever coming out. It's over. It's literally over for this dude.
Will run concurrently with his 55-year one. Amongst other key evidence,
You're rotting
his
in
song,
jail,
the
you-
music video, and its lyrics were all used as evidence against him. During testimony, the
You're
prosecution
rotting
introduced a
forever.
disc with a download of the music video for The Race from YouTube. They played the video all the way through for the jury before then admitting a printout of the lyrics as evidence and distributing the lyrics to the jury and playing the video again. In addition to the video,
Son of a
prosecutors
bitch.
also introduced screenshots of the video where TK can be seen holding up his wanted poster. And it was unclear whether or not the poster was legit, but regardless, it wasn't a good look.
It might be that the song is used to show that, look, right? He knew he'd been charged. He was on house arrest. He cut off his ankle monitor, fled the jurisdiction, right? And look, this song indicates he thought he was
He
guilty.
did it.
The song is about being on the run after being charged with multiple crimes. And if you look at the lyrics, a literal, simplistic translation might suggest, right, that he tried to beat a case, but he didn't. So he fled the jurisdiction.
Fuck a beat, I was tryna beat a case, but I ain't beat that case, bitch, I did the race.
So while there of course
Dude.
was a bunch
The song's not even good, bro. It's terrible. Song's little crap.
of other evidence used in this case, the race definitely made the situation a lot worse for TK. TK though was pretty much cooked from the start, but there was a solid chance that Nuke Bizzle would have gotten away with his crimes had he not released
Who? It's a good song.
a song
Okay, now I don't know who this guy is.
about it. In the
This is new to me.
chaotic summer
Already, bro. Already. Free TK. Already, look at this, bro. Look at the fucking grills and 8 tattoo. Yeah, it's over.
of 2020
It was already over for him in life.
during the early days of COVID, rapper Nuke Bizzle released the music video for his song EDD. In the song and the video, Bizzle alongside his co-star Fat Wizza rap and brag
What are these names, bro? These names.
about how they got rich off of EDD. EDD is basically a California unemployment program that was
Hey, man. I got that unemployment. I got that welfare shit. Literally admitting to welfare fraud. Like, do these people... This is not solvable by education. This is not solved by education. Telling them that abusing welfare is something they cannot understand because their IQ is too low for that. Like, you can't solve this with education. Their names get worse every year, but back in the 90s, yeah, they did. They had cool names back then. Because they actually... Because, you know, they had Sean Combs sodomizing them to learn how to get a good name, but now, he's in prison now, so all these rappers now got terrible names, and the music quality went down.
meant to help out those who lost their jobs or couldn't make money as a result of the pandemic. Throughout the track, Bizzle and Wizza pretty much provide a step-by-step tutorial of how to defraud the agency.
This is how you get that welfare. This is how you get that this is how you get that EBT.
He basically snitched on himself harder than I think I've seen anyone do. He said, EDD scams is something you heard about. I'd be so happy it's certified. Get on the laptop, I'm working now. Did 25 claims in 4 hours. However, while the music video included a disclaimer in the caption reading, this video was created with props and was made for entertainment
Bro, and the money is real.
purposes, it turned out to be a little bit more true than just entertainment. A couple of months passed and the EDD music video started picking up some steam. Unluckily for Bizzle, it was also around this time that he was involved in a traffic stop in Las Vegas, where officers found 8 fraudulent EDD debit cards on him. Bizzle was immediately arrested, and a few weeks later during the fraud investigation, his EDD music video came to light, and Bizzle was formally charged with fraud.
Fontrell Baines, who went by the stage name Nuke Bizzle, was highlighted in our KCRA3 documentary.
It will always be funny seeing the news people like name their stage name. Like in this news, what, you know, random guy, Nuke Bizzle. They say it so casually. It's so funny when they say
money,
it.
fraud, fortune, and failure.
Now, this wasn't his first run-in with the law. During the fraud investigation, officers found a semi-automatic pistol at Bizzle's house, which he wasn't allowed to have due to prior felonies. These cases date back to 2011 when he got busted for possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, as well as another felon in possession of a firearm in 2014. Oh, and earlier in 2020, he got caught for trafficking
Bro was
narcotics
not
at
built.
the airport, where
Bro's
he
not
attempted
built for
to
life.
check a bag containing various controlled substances, including oxycodone, promethazine, codeine,
No, I got the promethazine, guys. It's over.
alprazolam, I don't know what the that is, and more than 7 pounds of marijuana. So aside from him confessing pretty much on the song EDD, he also had a
sipping on
long history that
promethazine.
didn't help his case.
Can't
The
put down
song
the cup.
EDD was included in the court documents, and they chose lyrics like, "You gotta sell cocaine, I can just file a claim. Go to the bank, get a stack at least." And this lyric was said while he was holding EDD mail from the government. And they even included what seemed to be an ad for their services when they said, "If you got the name and the number, I got the Addy, we can put something together." Which is actually
Bruh.
exactly how Bizzle ran his operation, which almost netted him a potential $1.2 million, $700,000 of which he already ended up accessing before his arrest. During his fraud spree, he falsely applied for over 90 EDD cards. The total
Got that EDD.
comes out to about $13,000 in cash per card, available to be withdrawn from a bank, ATM, or even spent online. All Bizzle had to
It's
do
so
was
funny how they carry for personal use. They carry like 7 pounds for themselves just to be cool. Yeah.
provide names he
Literally, they could have just like gotten their friend to carry the weed and the promethazine and just claim it was his, and that guy will go to jail. But no, you have to carry all that drugs for yourself, even though that's like a life sentence. Although in California, you pretty much will get off by anything.
acquired through identity
Oh wait, this is California 2025. He would just get off with anything.
theft paired with addresses in
'Cause, like,
Beverly
drugs
Hills
are
and
legal there
Koreatown, which he
now.
had access to. And after one click confirming unemployment, the cards were on their way. In the end, since Bizzle was screwed from pretty much every angle, he pled guilty. As a result, he was sentenced to 77 months in federal prison
No, 77 gotta be like 20 years.
and ordered to pay $700,000 in
Dude, he ain't paying that back, bro. Dude, he ain't paying that back. Just leave him in jail for life.
restitution to the California Employment Development Department. So while Bizzle did make a lot of money from the EDD cards, he also got about 6.5 years in jail, with no help from his song.
I just realized this guy's right eye, I think. I don't know. This guy's right eye is literally drooping up while his left eye is completely normal. That's so. I just realized that. Now it's unsettling when I see him.
Nuke Bizzle's situation was pretty funny when you think about it, but Tekashi 6ix9's was
Oh
very
gosh,
serious and
6ix9ine.
pretty much ruined his entire career. 6ix9ine first popped up on the watch list after being sentenced to 4 years of probation back in 2018 for making explicit videos with an underage girl, along with a few other minor charges.
Dude, how did he get probation? Like, how? He's literally he's a PDF and he got only probation.
Then
What?
in 2019, 6ix9ine was on trial for his relationship and involvement with the 9 Trey gang. Instead of pleading innocent and fighting the case, he famously folded pretty quickly and even decided to work with the
He
prosecutors.
snitched.
Unlike some of the other cases in this video, 6ix9ine literally helped them explain his songs and music videos and in which ways they were related to his crimes. He might be the only example in this video where he not only snitched on himself in songs, but he snitched on himself and his whole gang by explaining the songs. In the widely covered court case, the prosecutors played
The
3 of his
freaking
very
blood
popular
shots,
tracks,
what?
including Gummo, Kuda, and Billy. The first lyrics are from Gummo and were used to link 6ix9ine and 9 Trey to their dispute with Trippie Redd's camp and friend KB.
6ix9ine was legit smart. Yeah. Yeah, all these rap fans, they have this expectation that you'll never snitch, man. Meanwhile, this guy is free. He's literally free by throwing all his gangster friends out of the bus. Because, like, if there's the opportunity, they're gonna take it, bro. There's no holding up to like these gay ass principles that one black kid YouTuber has. He was a goober kid who wanted to become famous. Yeah.
Video in front of 370 Max?
Yes, sir.
What was the name of that song?
In this case, the prosecution used these lyrics to show that 9 Trey Bloods had a history of committing
And he made friends with actual gang members, started extorting. Yeah.
violent acts and refer in part to an ongoing dispute. During the court case, 6ix9ine testified that he was behind a scuffle involving Trippie Redd and 9 Trey members, saying, "I told Shotty I wanted something done about Trippie. Say less, we'll get on top of it." The
Literally
specific
admitting
lyrics that were used
to
in court
killing
were, "Yo KB,
Trippie
you a
Redd.
loser, up that Uzi." And at one point, 6ix9ine even got pressed by Trippie about the lyrics on an Instagram live.
Remember when you was in LA, nigga?
Wait,
and
yo,
KB
let's
told
address
you to
the
take your
people.
flag off, the nigga that you was talking about in the song?
Let's
No, KB,
address
you's
the
a loser.
people.
That nigga don't
Hey,
rap shit.
man.
Stop from my set.
Next was the song Kuda, which was aimed at another New York rapper named Casanova, who 6ix9ine had beef with, and eventually it led to a shooting. The lyrics read, "People running out they mouth, but they never pop out. I got the drop on your spot, everybody watch out. All my guys on 50, so you know we hopped out. Mobbed out, ops out, we gonna show what we about."
He
The court
baited.
said
These guys fell for it, but you know, there's no stopping them from
that
being
the rival
falling for
rapper
it.
would talk about committing
There's
violence,
no stopping
but would
them
not
from
actually
falling for
commit
it.
such acts, whereas 6ix9ine and members of 9 Trey actually would commit acts of violence. The peak of this whole ordeal ended with the shooting outside of the Barclays Center back in 2018. Although while 6ix9ine and Casanova's beef heated up to the point of actual shots fired, they somehow ended up squashing their beef. However, the last lyrics that were used in the case come from the intro to the song Billy, which was apparently aimed at rivals who said 6ix9ine wasn't a real gang member. Billy refers to the 9 Trey Bloods, led by 6ix9ine's unofficial manager at the time, Kifano Shotty Jordan. The opening monologue was
Rich.
spoken by Shotty and read, "That's my word. Get up in they face. Talk your shit. Let your nuts drag. These guys just running out they fucking mouth, man. Follow protocol. Get in they fucking chest. We the fucking MOB." According to court documents, this
He's scared to say it. He's scared to use the word. Even, bro, why are you scared to use the word? Like, Tekashi is not even black. He's Mexican.
It was aimed at rivals who insinuated that 6ix9ine was not a real gang member. Eventually, these lyrics and other evidence resulted in Shotty being sentenced to 15 years in prison thanks to 6ix9ine's testimony. The court also even referenced his music videos, asking about whether or not the guns were real and asking about gang members within the video. During his testimony, he even pointed out for prosecutors the gang members who appeared in the videos for his songs Gummo and Kuda. However, 6ix9ine allegedly only met Shotty and the gang members the day of the video shoot. And all while the court case was going down, 6ix9ine was sitting in jail after pleading guilty in 2019 to 9 charges, including racketeering. In the end, 6ix9ine and the prosecutors successfully used the songs and videos to testify against 6ix9ine's fellow gang members. And because of this
And he got
cooperation,
off.
he was only sentenced to 2 years. Even the judge said 6ix9ine's cooperation was impressive. It was game-changing.
It was
complete and it was brave.
game-changing.
And what's even crazier is that Young Thug is now being compared to 6ix9ine after he took a plea deal too. On May 9th of 2022, Young Thug was arrested
it's
on
Young
RICO
Thug.
charges. And this news of his arrest took the rap community by storm. I mean, especially because of how serious the charges were. Alongside Thug, 27 other alleged gang members were also arrested as part of a lengthy 56-count indictment. In this indictment, they actually tried to use a bunch of fairly specific lyrics to point to Thug being the leader of YSL. The main reason Thug was a part of all this is because the district attorney believed that he was the leader of YSL, which she called Young Slime Life. While publicly YSL means Young Stoner Life, which is even the name of Thug's label, she decidedly dubbed him King Slime. More specifically,
King
Thug was
Slime,
accused of participating in violent street activities and conspiring to violate the RICO Act. He was tied to accusations of murder, assault, robbery, theft, gun possession.
Yeah, I give 6ix9ine credit. He didn't know what he got into the beginning, but screwed everyone over and took advantage of him.
Illegal drug possession, and more
Yep.
around the Atlanta area since 2012.
You know, he wasn't. You know, him being not African American literally saved him from like lifetime in prison. Like literally, if he was if he was actually black, he would actually be in prison right now. But no, you know, the Hispanic brain, it fired an electron, and you know he knew that snitching on everyone would get him out. So now he's out, and all his and all the guys who would get revenge are now in prison right now.
Indictment, like I said, was super long and had plenty of other evidence, but one thing they tried to use as evidence was his music. They used songs like Ew, Slime Shit, Bad Boy, Just How It Is, Slatty, and ironically, Take It to Trial. I actually read through the 88 pages, so in most
Young Thug is funny. Everything he said, core was out Young Thug, but the BS edible.
mentions of Thug in the indictment, and after, they cite a few lyrics from his songs claiming that it's an overt act in the furtherance of this conspiracy. On the song You, he associated himself a lot with YSL. On Slatty, he talks a lot about murder and YSL. And on Slime Shit, he says, the judge, YSL, this, that mob life. On
That
Just How It Is,
mob
he says, ask the cops, ask the detectives, they know all the business. Ask the cops and the detectives, all the jurisdictions. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million, he handles all the killings. We don't speak about shit on wax, it's all mob business. Finally, on Take It to Trial, he says, take this shit to motherfucking trial. For slimes you know I kill, trial I done beat it twice. And take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial, yeah you gon' whack him. The feds were trying to use these lyrics to associate him to the gang-related crimes they accused him of, and when you look at these lyrics under that context, it doesn't really look too good. Less than 48 hours after Thug was taken into custody, Gunna also turned himself in for similar RICO charges. At this point, Gunna's lawyer addressed the court's far-reaching interpretation of YSL artist music, saying, Mr. Sergio Kitchens, known as Gunna, is innocent. The indictment falsely portrays
he didn't do nothing, man. He did do nothing.
His music as part of a criminal conspiracy.
Man.
Months later, on November 9, 2023, a major decision was made in the trial when the judge decided that song lyrics will be allowed to be used in court. Despite hours of arguing from Thug's defense, the judge shockingly ruled that lyrics were not protected by the First Amendment.
Former Detective Kimberly Underwood
lyrics are not protected. Safa
testified to the similarities between that lyric and the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.
It was a rival between the YSL crew and the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood.
Yeah, family blood.
He was standing outside of his Tahoe.
She said other lyrics raise questions too.
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties. Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood Family Bloods. He was a ranking member. When you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
The judge notably said, they're not prosecuting your clients because of the songs they wrote.
They basically all self-snitched on all their songs, but before the songs came out, they made explanations for everything they said, so in the case they had complete nonsense explanations for everything.
The songs to prove other things.
No, man. This lyric is totally different.
Things your clients may.
Meanwhile, the lyrics is literally him admitting to shooting the person they're talking about.
Have been involved in. I don't think it's an attack on free speech. All of this deliberation was before the trial actually started, and when it did start, a few things went viral, especially as Young Thug's lawyer Brian Steele tried to find ways to justify some of the words and phrases and acronyms that Young Thug uses.
Thug meant and means to Jeffrey something very personal.
It's very personal, man. It's a very personal, dark experience.
As a musical artist, he would be truly humble under God. That's what Thug.
What is bro yapping
Along with this,
about?
his lawyer claimed that Pushin P was just pushing positivity, and that YSL was just named after Yves Saint Laurent, the fashion designer. As the trial went on, the list of defendants was reduced to just 6, with Young Thug still remaining as one of them. Around this time, Thug's team actually turned the table and decided to use Thug's music instead as part of his defense, playing the music video for his 2014 breakout hit Lifestyle. The whole reason they ended up playing this song was mainly because of the music video, which showed others wearing blood colors while Thug didn't have an ounce of red on.
Everything had a crazy explanation.
Regardless, the use of his lyrics in this trial was very controversial. In fact, it became such a massive topic of controversy that a nationwide movement backed by a bunch of big artists was started called Protect Black Art.
Attorneys' use of lyrics as evidence in court has come under scrutiny. Last year, dozens of record labels and more than 100 artists, including
Yo, let's go. Faceless Bounty 07 for the follow. I appreciate it. Faceless Bounty Hunter 7 for the follow. 07, I appreciate it. We all love new face in the game. Let's go.
Alicia Keys.
We're all just vibing. We're vibing to these YNs self-snitching because they're about that laugh, man. Until they're in the courtroom and then they snitch on themselves.
Coldplay and Ice-T signed a letter stating rap lyrics should not be used as evidence, noting prosecutors are using artists' creative expression against them.
Rap music is the only fictional form, musical or otherwise, that is targeted like this in the court.
Over the course
because that's what most of the crime in, because that's what it's mostly coming from. Like every time a musician gets arrested, it's always the rappers who do this thing, because that's what it is.
While around 60 different bars were taken.
I mean, even like back then, like I mean, they've always been doing that.
Taken and used at some point, which honestly is pretty wild that all these prosecutors and the jury and everyone had to listen to all of this music. In the end, Thug was able to take a plea deal while pleading guilty to several counts that include.
They like to bring up metal music because they talk about eating people and stuff, but yeah. There's literally none. I mean, you know, there's a few cases of metal musicians being crazy, but you know, they're crazy. They don't actually eat people and then write lyrics about that crime. Unless you're probably like Varg.
Included possession of drugs.
Unless you're Varg, then you know you made a whole genre where you killed your friend.
Drugs and firearms, and no contest to others like racketeering. As a result, he was sentenced to 15 years probation with no time in prison. So his lyrics definitely didn't help this case at all. And while this is technically much lighter than the initial charges and time he faced, the historic use of lyrics in the case will forever go down as a dangerous precedent. Not for Lil Durk though, as despite him and King Von routinely discussing crimes in their music, they have also been able to get away with it. Lil Durk and King Von's situation is a little bit different, as they were both good friends, they both had a long criminal history, and they both talked about their crimes in their music throughout their careers. However, their songs haven't technically been used against them in court, but I'm willing to bet that there's a high likelihood that the feds have looked at some of their lyrics and kind of helped them piece things together. Like I said, Lil Durk and King Von have a pretty long criminal history, which has led to a bunch of...
I don't really get the whole King Von thing. I don't really do. Like, I see a lot of people like glazing the fuck out of him, but like, bro, he got himself killed. He killed a bunch of niggas, and then you know, the niggas shot him back, and he's dead. Even though he's like, hey man, you know, he was a serial killer. Yeah, literally, like like everyone like worships this dude, but like he's literally a serial killer. Like he literally thinks about killing his friends in the L Block, and now he's dead. And now, you know, all that killing got back to him, and now he's, you know, he can't kill anyone anymore.
Ends with the law, many of which they have thoroughly described in detail throughout a bunch of their songs. From King Von, songs like Crazy Story and Took Her to the O were famous for including some pretty violent narrations of events which may or may not have gone down. During his criminal career, Von was narrowly acquitted in 2017 of a 2014 murder charge. Around this time, Lil Durk, who was friends with Von, signed him to his OTF label and encouraged him to start rapping about his stories from his life in the criminal world. Their musical collaboration...
Hey man, this is all stuff I did in the projects, even though I still do it.
...led to a bunch of success, while their collabs outside of the studio may have resulted in the opposite. What really set King Von apart is that he would really blur the lines between a fictional story and reality.
Except all his stories were actually real. All his stories were real. Like, you know, a lot of these young thugs, they mostly make it up because they're actually scared of their lives to do it for real. But this guy actually did it.
His earlier mentioned song, Crazy Story, Von vividly describes a first-person account of a violent robbery. Many of the details lined up eerily close to some real-life
all the stories perfectly match up to unsolved murders, yep.
Connected to later.
He got bricks, plus his neck and icy, and it matches wrist, now it's like 6. Told her hit his phone, meet him in the wig, but he ain't go. But he ain't that slow, say meet him.
Bro, he's literally admitting it.
At the stove. It's just a known fact, like, you live in Parkway? Like, they be making little memes about it on Instagram. Like, a girl tomorrow, she come to Parkway. The man like, nah, I'm straight, I ain't coming over there, cause ain't nobody in their right mind for to come to Park. To the listeners, this ain't the story. Like, I stopped telling the story, wham. Now, folks, and I see what's going on, I'm finna ride it.
And in Took Her to the O, Von gets even more descriptive, telling the tale of a revenge shooting, which again matched pretty close to real-life events that went down.
If she ain't back out, then she gon' need a lipper. She left her phone, so I picked it up. This so slow as fuck. Now miss call, 3 of them for mom, the other 6 say duck. Alright, well, I pick her phone up. It's what it say, shit. 9 missed calls. I picked up phone up, it's 9 missed calls. 3 of them for OG and shit, 3 of them for mama.
OG, man.
So this nigga been blowing that shit down. Alright, so right there, so the goofy nigga, he hop out, the one that was trying to act. Remember, he was trying to act tough. So the whole time he walked out, he chasing a hoe. So he see the hoe, he get to beating the hoe up and shit. You know you don't supposed to leave no witness and shit. When you do some shit like that, you see what I'm saying? That's the
leave no witnesses.
You know? Like she right here, and you tell her, come on, get in the car. I broke the rules. Bitch, you witness.
Bro, he's literally talking
Even had
about
song
killing a
called
person.
Beat That
bro.
Body.
That's
That was
crazy.
about how he beat a murder case that many fans theorized he was actually guilty of. On the song, he talks about how he beat it and was going to go out and get some more, which is crazy. This near documentary
That's
level
crazy,
storytelling
guys.
is what helped make Vaughn a star, but it also caught the attention of authorities. Critics and even later prosecutors started to take notice on the overlap between his music and events going down in Chicago. YouTuber Traplore Ross made a 3.5-hour documentary about King Von, labeling him rap's first serial killer. And in that video, there's a 45-minute section where he compares lyrics to real-life incidents of gang violence, claiming that Von was vividly
Jewish
describing
lawyers
them in
did it.
songs.
Yep.
On November,
They try to keep it young. They try to keep it. try to keep him in the projects, man. They try to keep him in the projects. The Jewish lawyers. They saw that he was getting out, so they kept forcing him to keep committing the crimes and getting away with it until he got shot in Atlanta.
6 of 2020, King Von was shot and killed outside of an Atlanta nightclub during an altercation with members of another crew. This event tied both Von and Dirk artistically and legally to a multitude of long-running feuds. But because Von was killed and there was never really a chance to prosecute him, he never actually went to prison for any violent crimes. However, it's widely believed in the rap community that King Von was guilty of a handful of murders and that he openly rapped about them on his songs. There's even this viral edit that I'm pretty sure was fake, but it was super viral because it seemed fairly realistic.
I mean, listen, you literally described the crime scene to a T. Jumped a tall gate, hit a hallway.
Hit a hallway on the 5th floor.
Following his death, authorities and later indictments claimed that multiple retaliation murders came as a result, especially claiming that Dirk and his crew orchestrated an attack in 2022 that ended with the death of Quando Rondo's cousin. The reason that they're accusing Dirk of being the one who ordered the hit for Quando Rondo, which actually ended up killing his cousin, is because someone from Quando's crew is responsible for the death of King Von. And because they talked about this stuff so openly in their music, it makes it a little bit easier for the police to piece everything together. After Dirk was arrested, fans theorized that Dirk's song Same Side was about the whole back and forth. At one point, they even added a soundbite of Quando crying out after the shooting. When it came to Dirk's trial though, prosecutors repeatedly tried to use lyrics against Dirk. The court specifically used lyrics to argue motive and intent, citing his song Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy for the lyric, "Look on the news and see your son, you screaming no, no." The reason they tried to use this was because after the murder that took place, that's what Quando Rondo was crying out.
This man, a passenger in that car, frantic.
But Dirk's lawyers pushed back hard on this point, stating that the song was recorded months before the shooting took place. So Dirk's defense decided to motion for the lyrics to be dismissed, using sworn statements from the song's producers, proving that it was recorded months before the 2022 killing. In the end, Dirk was able to get the lyrics banned from being used. However, the trial was postponed for a few months, so it'll take some time before we can see how things shake out. As for Von, many believe if he was alive today, along with other evidence, his lyrics would have been used almost certainly to lock him up, adding further onto the list of times lyrics.
These people, bro. He king, man. I don't know. He killed everyone, but he king.
Have been questionably used to imprison rap artists.
Bruh.
If you like this video, you might like my video on musicians who have committed terrible crimes, as those people were actually convicted of things, although they didn't.
You're king, man. He inspiration, man. But like, bro, he killed a bunch of people. Now he's in hell. Like, straight up, he's burning, bro. He's burning up. But anyway, that's a YN moment. So getting half hour before this starts. So let's see. Let's see what we got. I think we'll do this. Apparently, this is the worst movie of the year. You thought that War of the Worlds movie was bad, but apparently this is worse. Let's see how this, and it's a black protagonist movie, so it's already in for a treat of the artistic quality of this film.
The new movie.
So let's already look, first image. Yeah, it's already terrible.
Him from producer Jordan Peele is the equivalent of a cinematic septic tank, a complete and utter failure of a movie that for whatever reason fancies itself a horror think piece, but in reality it's as smart and spooky.
They should possibly convict King Von as crimes these lyrics set of court precedent, yeah.
Is putting Pee Wee Herman in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that's nice.
It might be the worst movie of the year, challenging anti-classic pieces of shit like War of the Worlds or Hurry Up Tomorrow. It really thinks it's saying something about the pursuit of greatness and sacrifice. Shit, it even thinks it's saying something about race and concussions. Just throwing everything at the wall and we have to watch as nothing sticks. This movie might have been written by people,
but the people are retarded.
Oh, and
but the people are retarded, yes, sir. The people are retarded.
And sorry about the visuals for this one. Universal's been flagging every single clip we put in with copyright claims because they know they have a turd on their hands and can't handle criticism. It's been driving Bagface crazy.
War of the Worlds would have been cool if they filmed it vertically. Yep. If they had the Family Guy, if they had Family Guy on the bottom, then it would have been film of the year. Like, if they had Family Guy at the bottom during the whole film, that shit would have been like $1 trillion box office for real.
Editing this.
Help me, please.
Him is so utterly brain dead, it's like the writers penned it with as many concussions as the protagonist gets, gassing up painfully stupid characters with these undercooked and half-baked
literally was
themes, the likes of which are so
Discord
on the
movie.
nose they might as well be punching you in the face. You know what? I'd actually prefer getting punched in the fucking face over having to rewatch this unflushed turd. I hate this movie. I hate that I spent money on it. I hate that I wasted time on it. So I'm gonna do my job and spare you the pain of watching it and tear this fucker to shreds for your enjoyment. Before we dive in, a quick word about the sponsor of this video. And yes, I'm going to spoil the movie because I don't care, and neither should you, because you absolutely shouldn't see it.
No one should see it.
Please don't see it. Real talk, your phone is probably judging you.
Okay, ad. Alright.
Automatically. That
really? He's promoting the Monopoly game? Bruh. He's literally promoting the Monopoly game.
Hey, level up and earn.
He's promoting the Monopoly game, bro. Come on, dude. Wasn't that game already exposed as like some brain rot game where like you get brainwashed by it? I don't know.
Dutifully filling up your digital piggy bank with the gems in the back. Who pays you? These gems aren't for feeding some digital pet that will inevitably run away. Ding, and you can get.
Alright. Literally like 2 minutes of this is to promote the Monopoly app.
Okay, so we start the movie out in the past when our lead character Cade was just a boy. He's watching football with his family, and his father's the quintessential all-American dickhead, using football as a metaphor for life. I say this as an actual fan of American football myself, but come on, a cliche is a cliche, which is all this movie.
Jordan Peele makes the worst movies. Just give him the artistic control they need to rein him in.
Movies filled with the family, specifically the father and son, watch in horror as their favorite player, the quarterback named White, gets injured on the field in the most comically over-the-top, gruesome way possible. The father takes it as an opportunity to lean down and tell his son that's what a real man looks like.
Gay!
Fast forward to present day, and Cade is now on the verge of being drafted out of college for the pros. Yes, he's going to be a quarterback just like his daddy wanted him to, who's dead now for some reason. I say some reason because it's never disclosed why he's dead. He just is because the movie needs him to be. One night while he's out practicing, Cade snuck up on and attacked by a goofy-looking assailant to get the plot moving forward. He misses the combine because of the injury, with plenty of concussion symptoms showing up that persist throughout the movie, but go absolutely fucking nowhere.
Get it, guys? Football players are mentally ill people with CTE damage.
Story-wise, I'll discuss that in detail later. But lo and behold, the team of teams come calling anyway. The Saviors, the team he's been a fan of since childhood. And guess who wants to meet him? Why? White, the greatest quarterback of all time who has won 8 fucking championships. And it had to be 8 because in the real world, the actual GOAT, Tom Brady's won 7. And his real life story is actually the foundation for this entire shitty movie.
Literally ripping... Is that I don't know. But literally ripping off Tom Brady.
So Cade goes out to meet
They're mad that Tom Brady was white and he's like the best athlete in the world compared to any black person.
White for a personal combine all his own. And out of nowhere, gay shit starts happening immediately for whatever reason. White insists no Instagram, no DMs, and specifically mentions Grindr and not Tinder.
You get
no Grindr.
I'm not.
What is this? What is Jordan Peele doing? Jordan, this is a movie. This is not your coming out story. Why? Bruh, Jordan is gay.
I'm not saying it's gay in a mean way either. It just is. It's fucking awkward. Like,
no, it's absolute. Bro, he mentioned Grindr, bro. This is Jordan Peele being gay.
At this point in the movie, White and his crew might as well be asking Cade to have sex.
You want me to fuck this maricon?
You can fuck him if you want to.
They code switch back and forth between oddly sexual to threatening his life, as Cade's put through trial after trial to test his mantle as a quarterback.
What a bitch, huh? What a fucking bitch.
What a bitch! What a bitch!
The movie tries to get weird and trippy when they bring out a football machine. Cade has to make sure his shitty receivers catch the ball, or a football gets launched directly into the singled out white dude's face. See? I told you it wasn't gay coded. He misses a few throws, meaning the lone white dude gets brutalized and his face gets smashed to pieces. Basically how you'd feel too if you had to watch this piece of trash. They make the token white receiver a goofy retard too, hopping up afterward and cackling like So, yeah, Jordan Peele-esque indeed. White, I mean the character, not the white guy, is disgusted with Cade because he actually cares about the receiver catching footballs to the beak and chastises him for it. The oddly
I lost track already because like this shit is so bad. This movie is terrible.
Homoerotic and
I literally forgot. I literally forgot what happened like 2 minutes earlier.
Violent shit carries on throughout Cade's mini training camp, with our charisma avoidant lead actor not even attempting to make us care about the character. They get super weird with the violent threats, like Dookie cannon levels weird.
In jail now, they making Glock Dookies.
They making
what? A Glock Dookie. Take a water bottle, and then you just fill it up with piss, shit, sperm, with any kind of fucking body fluid you can. Anytime you got some beef, you pull it out and you just spray a motherfucker with that shit.
He says once in a while that
black people are every black person in prison is literally gay. I report someone on Instagram saying death to ICE and they said it doesn't go against TOS, lol.
Drives him his family, but of course, being a shitty movie, it's all talk and no show. The guy just
random side story.
says he cares about his family, says they matter to him, but we never once get any hint of this other than what the opening scene in the movie provides. Cade starts getting injected with serum and blood, totally not in a gay way, and also finally starts
he already got steroids, bro. He already got steroids.
Showing some signs of life, because he's mostly been walking around
because he's on steroids, bro. He literally got injected by steroids.
Like he's on Ambien. Cade begins taking training camp more seriously, because you know you gotta be crazy if you want to be the best. He's the quarterback, but for whatever reason headbutts a defender, smashing him into oblivion and seriously injuring him. Just what White wanted. White tells Cade how proud he is of him for, I don't know, playing out of pocket. Yeah, good on you for being bad at your position, dude. After all this, White and Cade are relaxing in a sauna together, also in a totally not gay way, and White tells him he loves him. No homo.
Literally. This is some like glorified like a gay fantasy for Jordan Peele. Like, there's no way. I gotta see. I just gotta check for. Bruh, he's literally. Okay, it doesn't show he has a relationship yet, but it's probably gay. Bro, he's married to a... like, okay, I checked. He's married to a woman, bro. He's married to a woman and he's making this gay fantasy crap. Like, what is he doing? Bro, just tell your wife that you don't like women. Like, you're already married since like 8 years. For like 8 years, bro. For like 9 years, bro. Just tell her. It's time.
White then
It's time to tell her with this crap film.
leaves, and right after that happens, Cade's attacked by a crazed fan who somehow picks up one of the sauna rocks with her bare hands.
Damn, you don't feel that heat, huh? That thing is blazing hot, bro.
You gotta kick it behind.
And she tries smashing his face with it, but the plot deems he realizes it just in time to start choking a bitch, Wayne Brady style. And White comes in, licks her fucking face for some reason, then apparently kills her. The following day, Cade and White...
This is a cinematic masterpiece right here. No one can doubt this gratefulness. The Oscars are just rigged. Like, the Oscars are rigged. They hate black people. They hate stores like this because they know it's groundbreaking. They want like fucking the Wizard of Oz fanfiction movie to get all the praise, but instead of this,
are hanging out again, discussing what happened, and White puts a gun in his mouth like a dick, totally not in a gay way, and then points it at Cade, who has basically no reaction at all. Jesus Christ, does this guy have any emotion? Is it the actor, or was the character written like this? It
was written intentionally like that.
We'll discuss. White then brings Cade out to a shooting range to, I don't even know, shoot shit for funsies, I guess. They bring out what's clearly a dead body, and Cade's just totally cool with all this because the movie's fucking stupid, and they start blasting it with rifles. White makes a weird bet with Cade that if he misses the next shot, he gets to take his youth, but if he hits it, he'll give him all the riches in the world, to which Cade suggests, nah, I earn my shit, and nails the shot, spraying blood everywhere. Totally normal, nothing to see here, just shooting bodies. The movie's ebb and flow through retardation starts to finally culminate when Cade sheds some snot rockets at a press conference when discussing his father. Because, once again, family is what matters most to him.
Family matters,
he says
man.
Over and over throughout the movie, just to drive the point home. Then he's on a bench press in a tuxedo for whatever fucking reason, when he's told he gets to meet the owner of the Saviors by White's Botox-infused wife, and is brought out to an Eyes Wide Shut party where he drinks some wine with the white people who own the team.
What?
I specified that they're white because the movie does so about as often as Cade mentions family. Some choppy kaleidoscope-style bullshit.
This is crazy. This movie is crazy.
Editing shows us White's Botox wife sacrifice something with a knife. Fucking whatever, let's just get this over with. Cade wakes up to more infusions of White's blood, set up by White's white boy medical slave that's been pumping him full of this shit throughout the movie. Cade then rips it out of his arm and walks into the next room, where he finds White, who tells him that he's supposed to be the next GOAT, and this blood has been passed down from white quarterback to white quarterback until it finally got to him. It's how he became the GOAT. He didn't earn it, and his name is even White. Get it? Get it? Ah, fuck you! He tells Cade he had to be great just to be considered good because of his skin color, to which Cade says,
What?
This is some white people shit. Then they fight each other until Cade kills White, and then he walks outside to all the owners of the Saviors waiting for him in animal masks because symbolism or something. They want him to sign his contract because the movie's fucking ass, and instead Cade proceeds to just kill everyone there. Because this is supposed to be a satisfying ending like Weapons had, but it's really just dumber than a sack of bricks. Nope, he won't be suffering any legal repercussions for mass murder or anything.
Innocent.
Totally
He did do
not.
nothing.
He even says to one guy, I'm gonna kill your old white ass. Because, you know, race is a necessary component to any Jordan Peele related movie, whether he's a director or producer. I'm sure it'd go over really well if the races were reversed and he said black ass. Anyway, Cade gleefully kicks the old white
It would be better if the race was reversed.
dude's head across the field and the movie fucking ends. Jesus Christ, there's a lot to break down here. Let's just get started. First, Him's commentary on greatness is a direct parallel and bastardization of the real-life legendary quarterback Tom Brady. He's literally...
This is like some... bro literally made a whole ass film. Like, got a bunch of people. Like, you know, millions of dollars from a studio. Universal, mind you. About how much he's angry that Tom Brady outcompeted any black person in football. Like, that's literally this whole movie. Like, this whole movie is his hate of Tom Brady for being good. Jordan Peele has White so much, it's so shoehorned, yeah.
Famous, even my international audience most likely knows who he is, and him thinks it's critiquing and criticizing his story by planting a caricature of every person involved in his life. This movie thinks it's a satire, but it's a fucking farce. Quarterback White, who's
It's
a stand-in
trash.
for Brady, has a guru behind the scenes that reflects Brady's own real-life partner, Alex Guerrero. Elsewhere, the old white guy is a stand-in for Robert Kraft, owner of the team Brady played for nearly 20 years. The movie is filled with half-baked ideas, but this is the only one it tries to play all the way through, and fucking fails miserably. The film explicitly states that White didn't earn his position as the GOAT, which is to imply neither did Brady, and that's absurd. Not to get all football geek, but the man was a third-string quarterback who worked his way up, and when QB1 got injured, he took his place and never relinquished the position because he was fucking better. How much better? 7 championships better. They have to up the game of White by having him win 8 championships in the movie, topping Brady by 1. See how good at math I am? And criticizing his
The math thing is mathing.
longevity by suggesting it's unearned because, hey, no one can realistically play and win Super Bowls for over 2 decades, right? This leads directly into the blatant themes it throws at your feet in hopes you'll connect with something, mostly race and privilege. Since it's critiquing a white quarterback's real-life story through a fictional black quarterback, it doesn't hold back at suggesting, hey, if you're this great, there's gotta be something here, right? Privilege, race, or otherwise, correct? But from here on out, it does everything half-assed. It's a Jordan Peele-produced movie, so the billboard sign that says race theme reads clearly, even when
It's literally some self-insert fantasy movie.
it can't actually form a coherent thought on the subject. Marlon Wayans White tells our protagonist that he had to be great just to be considered good, which, shocker, has nothing to do with race in reality. The majority of the NFL consists of black players, and the top stars in the league from the quarterback position are, shocker, black. Quarterback White.
The thing is that guys like Jordan, they don't care that there's black people in the sport in general. He's mad that there's gonna be no LeBron for the NFL. That's just not happening, bro. The last time that there was a LeBron type person in NFL, it was like 20 years ago. It was like 30 years ago. It was before the flat screen became a thing. They're mad that Tom Brady virtually ensured that we know LeBron in the NFL. And he's mad that sealed the fate away from, like, you know, NFL being the black people taking NFL entirely. So now he makes this whole film.
Then basically openly admits to not earning his spot as QB1. He was groomed and given the position, directly contradicting all the sacrifice themes they throw out. So is it unearned, or was sacrifice involved? Don't ask this movie, it doesn't have a fucking clue. It just throws shit out there and hopes you'll like the movie simply for having themes, without giving any resolution,
That's the
follow
theme,
through, or
guys.
even a thought to them after they've brought them up. Yes indeed, this movie is definitely for the "but my themes" crowd. Snyder fans will eat it up, I'm sure. Always going back to shitting on Snyder. Yeah, baby. Fuck that guy.
We always
Him
hate
wants to be
Snyder.
about sacrifice, but it slips on a fucking banana.
He hates sports because athletes stole his girls. Yeah, that's maybe the reason. That's maybe the reason he made it so gay. That's the reason this movie is so gay, because athletes, they take the women from him. So now he's making the athletes gay.
Appeal.
It makes sense now. It makes total sense.
Sacrifice should sting, should matter. It's supposed to be the heart of the movie, right? But we get some bullshit, creepy rituals, bloodletting, shadowy elites in masks, the standard Shining level Squid Game shit you've seen a million times before. It's just hollow trash, all spectacle and no substance. Cade and White don't choose to give anything up, it's forced on them. So basically exploitation, not sacrifice. And the film never gives a fuck about clearing up the distinction. The emotional core is missing too. White's handoff of the GOAT mantle should break you, but it barely registers.
Are you
Because
kicking a drum, lol?
no one's motivations are fleshed out, to put it kindly. It's just a story about losing.
I don't know. I'm just in my room. Just a room alone in my... No one's around. I don't... It sounds like you're bouncing your leg or something. Oh. Yeah. I mostly sit crisscross in my chair. Because when I try to normally sit, it just doesn't... I just don't feel like it. So I just cross my legs all the time.
Things.
I literally sit crisscross in my chair.
not sacrificing them. And when everything, blood, body, family, soul, is symbolic of sacrifice, nothing actually feels meaningful. Him mistakes pain for depth and loss for purpose, and the whole theme collapses into empty ritual. A horror movie about sacrifice that doesn't understand
sacrifice, man.
It's saying. Him also
sacrifice for the black man.
Also struts in like it's about to deliver the definitive horror take on football's dark side. Concussions, culture, obsession, but it fumbles every single play. Concussions? Yeah, the film treats them like a cool horror effect taken directly out of a Mortal Kombat game, with a few Disney POV shots, a bloody nose, and then we're back to supernatural nonsense. It doesn't capture the reality of broken men slurring their words by 40. It just uses brain trauma as garnish. And when it comes to football culture, fucking forget it. Instead of digging into the cultist worship of the sport, where kids are treated like gods one minute and disposable bodies the next, the movie swaps in literal cults in robes and fans so obsessed they're willing to commit murder. Ooh, spooky. And as far as its
guys.
take on
It's all
obsession,
spooky.
that should be the beating heart here, but it's an aggressive fart instead. The grind, the addiction to being the guy, the endless chase for GOAT status. Him can't commit to any of that. It waves that obsession, then drowns it in those half-baked occult rituals and recycled horror cliches. By the end,
dude, I've seen this movie like a million times before. It's just it just doesn't faze me anymore, because like any bad film does all these supernatural shit just like make people forget that the plot is this. The plot is that this is the plot.
And we don't see this
with all this like supernatural, 13 reasons. No, wait, we need to talk about special editing effects just to hide the bad plot.
True cost of obsession. Just another athlete trapped in a plot the writers couldn't finish. Him wants to say football is hell, but it never understands the game. Instead, it's just horror window dressing slapped on a sport it doesn't bother to know. Then the movie struts around like it's the smartest kid in the room, but here's the problem. It's got nothing to say. Him throws themes around like confetti. Sacrifice, concussions, football culture, obsession, race, legacy. They're all there, and then they just fucking sit there. No resolution, no insight, not even a half-assed conclusion, just dangling threads pretending to be profundity. And so, when you inevitably walk out scratching your head, the film has the audacity to act like that's your problem. You can almost hear some snarky jackass say, "Oh, you just didn't get it." No, pal, we got it. They just didn't do anything with it. This is the worst kind of pseudo-artsy filmmaking. The kind that mistakes incoherence for depth and silence for subtlety. Remember in Batman vs. Superman when Supes spreads his arms wide and people were like, "Oh my god, he's like Jesus. See,
He's
dude,
like Jesus,
themes."
guys.
It's basically an entire movie just like that. If you don't worship its empty gestures, you're branded as someone who doesn't understand. No, we understand perfectly. We understand how fucking dumb it all is. Him fumbles every theme it touches and then tries to blame the audience for dropping the ball. Other than themes, everything else about this
I'm just going along. I just don't know anymore.
movie sucks too.
I don't know
what
what
a
to do
surprise.
anymore.
From acting to even
all
the editing
crazy.
and pacing. In fact, the editing in him feels like someone tossed the film footage in a blender and hit puree. Scenes don't transition so much as crash into each other, like a highlight reel assembled by a
literally AI
coked out
film.
intern. One moment we're in a locker room, the next we're knee deep in cult cosplay, and the film never gives you a second to process, let alone care. That could work if the pacing had any rhythm, but nope. It's either dragging its feet through endless moody stares by our dead-eyed lead actor, or sprinting headfirst into chaos with zero build-up. It's cinematic whiplash minus any payoff. Instead of momentum, you get a movie tripping over its own shoelaces like the goofy kid in high school everyone picked on. By the end, the only thing you've sacrificed is your patience. Him isn't paced like a thriller. It's paced like a YouTube supercut gone wrong. I've had to. And the editing, pure amateur.
You know what? 2 times speed is what's making me get it.
Brower, prancing around his artistry. Now let's get to the cast, specifically the lead actor, Tyreek Withers, who has the screen presence of a tattered cardboard box, completely charisma deficient with non-existent energy. This dude shuffles through the movie like he downed a NyQuil cocktail before every take. No joke, watching him stumble through scenes is like watching a mannequin try to pass a sobriety test. Awkward, lifeless, and completely detached. This dude's
Literally lifeless, bro.
an
It's
ambient haze,
terrible.
never once convincing you that he's the chosen him, or even remotely aware of what movie he's in. His facial expressions are a roulette wheel of nonsense. Sometimes he's blank when the script is screaming for terror. Other times he's smirking at moments that are supposed to be horrifying. It's like he picked.
Okay, I gotta say it because it's funny that they see from the still. He tried to get someone that's like mixed race, but like he doesn't look mixed race. He looks like he looks like he's like only like 10% black.
His reactions by throwing.
He's barely. He got the literally like the lightest skin looking guy for like this black character.
Darts at a corkboard labeled faces. There's no consistency, no emotional through line, just the polite and mismatched expressions that sabotage every scene. Instead of anchoring the film, he drags it down, turning what should have been a commanding performance into 2 hours of Ativan-fueled theater. Speaking of dragging things down, if the lead actor in him is bad, the supporting cast somehow manages to drag the bar even fucking lower. These are supposed to be his anchors, the veterans, the foils, the ones who prop up the protagonist when he's circling the drain. Well, guess what? We don't get that in this piece of shit because they're dead weight. Each one acting like they wandered in from a different, equally terrible movie. Instead of elevating the story, the entire cast sans Marlon Wayans amplifies every awkward beat and every sloppy edit. The whole crew looks like they're contractually obligated to be there, slogging through dialogue with the passion of a
because the money. It's Universal money. They're like the only profitable business now, apart from Paramount.
Convenience store employee. At least the token white receiver gets to laugh maniacally like an idiot, so there's that, I guess. So yeah, outside the leads, the rest of the cast doesn't just fail to support. They actively make the movie worse. To that end, Marlon Wayans is the lone bright spot in him. Don't get me wrong, the character he's saddled with is idiotic, written like a doughy bread stereotype mashed together with bargain bin mysticism. But Wayans actually shows up and brings a grounded intensity that almost tricks you into thinking the script gave him something worth. Fucker. God, can you tell? I really just want to get this fucking thing over with. Working days on this fucking movie sucks, because this movie sucks. I hate talking about it. I don't want to talk about it. I hate this. But Wayans actually shows up and brings a grounded intensity that almost tricks you into thinking the script gave him something worth playing. Every line he delivers has weight. Every look carries a kind of wary authority. And for a fleeting moment, you wonder what this movie could have been if everyone else matched his effort from the writing to directing. Like I said, though, the character itself
this movie was cooked because of Jordan Peele. It's a Jordan Peele movie. It was never going to be good.
Garbage, thinly sketched, inconsistently written, and ultimately pointless. Wayans is like a pro athlete stuck on a junior varsity team, playing his ass off, but the game around him is unwinnable. Credit where it's due, though. Marlon Wayans elevates trash material into something almost watchable, even if the movie does everything possible to waste him. Outside of everything, this is supposed to be a horror movie, though, right? Well, guess what? The scares fucking suck, too. It's like Donnie Darko meets Jordan Peele, with every cliche jump scare put in place that's supposed to shock you or spook you, but you see them coming a mile away. Beside the shitty attempts at that, it also tries to thrill you and creep you out. But again, we've seen this stuff time after time, so it's really nothing you haven't seen. Relegating you to just a shoulder shrug every time there's an attempt at weirdness. It tries to unnerve you. Is the guy they're shooting at alive or dead? Is the crazed fan going to kill our hero? Well, unfortunately, we don't see him as a hero because he's so goddamn boring, so there's no tension. And the alive or dead guy is just there for shock value, eliciting a yawn instead of spook. Fucking whatever. Ultimately, it's the quintessential Jordan Peele movie. Minus all the hype in his actual direction. They're clearly trying to reach his audience. It looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, but when you approach it, it's not the real thing. It's the boat Penguin was riding in Batman Returns. You can understand why he was so upset his production company got a hold of this instead of Weapons that came out earlier this year. Now that was a great horror flick, something to really sink your teeth into. This was clearly a shitty consolation prize for him, and you gotta reap what you sow, I guess, because this thing is nothing but a complete stinker. So yeah, that's him, a bloated, self-important mess of a movie that thinks slapping the word.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it's absolutely worse than the Discord movie. Like if Discord movie had Family Guy on the bottom, then World of Worlds would have been a good film. But yeah. Alright. Let's alright, it's time. Time for this. The Patrick David experience. Alright, I'll quickly be right back. Dang, I made it back. Okay. Restarted. I had to get another Hispanic Coke. Got a bunch of frogs. Come on, Pat. Release the episode already. Release it. Yeah. We're just chilling. We're chilling. Waiting for it to start. Of course. It'll take forever. Here we go, guys. Let's go. Let's see it. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go.
Your opinion of me. I'm Middle Eastern married to a white girl. Or do you think it's
I am Middle Eastern married to a white girl. Dude, I forgot how how he sounds like Netanyahu.
For America to minimize more of me coming to America.
Yes, bro. Dude, you are a crypto scammer, bro. Bro, you literally built your career off of crypto. We don't want
America's no longer America. Mass migration is changing what America is. And I want to conserve what America historically has always been.
Well, that's a little bit.
That's illiterate, guys. That's illiterate.
That's a little bit harsh.
Well, I'm not in favor of
It's a little harsh, even though I know you're racist, but I bring you here anyway.
Racial marriages. That's against my values. I want to have a white wife. I want to have white kids.
Bro, they literally made this dramatic, bro. Come on. Like, any normal person wants what he wants. Like, they don't want Israeli race mix, because society would, because, you know, guys like Patrick would judge you if you preferred that.
That's important to me.
That's kind of racist.
That's kind of racist.
But let's remember the context.
How bad is the video? Is it appropriate
You
to
could
just
pull
show?
it up, yeah, it's
Rob,
up
can you pull it up? I'm actually curious on how bad the video is.
Let's go.
I'm not sorry, because this is a political attack. This is how political control is maintained.
So when you go a week ago and you're like, you don't need to do it.
You don't need
dropping the N-word. How is your approach going to change moving forward?
I don't think there's much that needs to change.
I've seen the tweets. I've seen the videos.
I've seen the tweets,
How are you
guys.
processing this?
I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought there were things about the memorial that were distasteful. I did not like him when he was alive. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, listen, you going to the dark side the way you're going right now. Is that kind of where you're going, or not at all?
I didn't even want to do the show at that time. I was looking for an off-ramp. At that point, they were trying to knock me out. It made me want to stay in the game.
I got it. Okay.
Let's go. There we go, guys. Long-awaited
The obvious
collab.
question is, why would you put Nick Fuentes on your podcast?
Because everyone was asking, bro. Everyone since Valuetainment was asking for it, and you kept giving every excuse under the sun to not do it, and now here you are.
Why would you do that? My lawyers. Don't do it.
Don't do it, guys.
You know what's a great thing? I don't have sponsorship to lose.
You don't, because you already made money off of the sponsors.
I don't have to worry about an investor saying they're not in. No. And me, for my entire career, I'll talk to anybody.
Until, mysteriously, you kept dodging for last year until now.
And the reason why I wanted to speak to him is because this interview happened the day after me leaving Charlie Kirk's memorial, which was the most magical revival I've been in my entire life. Charlie was 31. He's in his mid to late 20s. And I feel what we need today more than anything else is to continue talking to each other. And if we don't learn about each other, what are we going to do? Hate, misinformed?
I find it funny in this podcast, the captions are automatically on. Because people might not know what the hell he's saying.
Agitate, divide, continue to call each other
Because he has that
out
accent.
And create this temperature to go higher and higher and higher. No, guess what? You know what podcast I did with this guy? I don't know if there's a podcast that you'll learn how he became.
Dude, you host Valuetainment. He was there, bro. What are you talking about?
Who he became. What caused him to go from being a pro Thomas Sowell guy, pro PragerU, to a girl at Daily Wire who he was hanging out with. I think they even liked each other at one point. That became a Jew, converted, and then did certain things, and some retweets, some incidents with Ben, that the temperature elevated. One after another, and then in one video while he's at a university at this Leadership Institute, where the camera is kind of angled and this girl records him saying something about blacks, that goes viral. He gets blocked from all the conservative interviews, and at a young age, he goes from here to the entire whole different level. And I asked him a couple questions. Who are you more concerned about? Jews in America or Muslims? His answer is very interesting. I asked him, who's a bigger net positive, Jews or Muslims? You're going to be surprised by the answer. It's a technical answer, but we had a very good conversation in that exchange. And then a lot of the stuff of where he's at right now, Charlie Kirk, how did Charlie Kirk inspire you? What did he inspire you? And he revealed something I've not heard him talk about before. But all in all, I actually think, here's what's going to be interesting. I actually think his audience is going to like it. I think conservatives are going to like it because you're finally getting to know who this guy is.
You're finally giving him a shot after bitching out for a year.
I actually think, it's going to sound weird, I think Jews and Israel's going to like it.
The Jews will love it, guys. Me, half Assyrian, Greek, Armenian, whatever, will know that you love Israel.
That's kind of crazy. Yes. I actually believe that. But having said that, I hope you enjoy getting to know this individual that is both loved by Groypers and hated by many. And if you're like me, you're in the middle 20% that just doesn't have a clue who the guy is, I hope you get to know him better by the time this podcast is done with Nick Fuentes.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
I know.
What's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. It's right here.
This is actually my first time watching Patrick because I never was a fan. I didn't really care, but this is my first time watching him. And to be honest, it's better than Lex Fridman. Like, absolutely better.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Lex Fridman was insufferable. I hope I never get to see that guy again in my casual streaming because I don't want to see him ever again.
Okay, so we're finally doing this.
Yes, finally.
Yes.
There he
A lot of
is.
people are like, I don't think he's ever gonna do it.
He's never
have
gonna
him
do
on.
it.
You shouldn't have him on lawyers. Never have him on. This is not good.
My Jewish lawyer said no.
You're gonna be tied in a group. You're in a good place. So that makes me want to talk to the guy. But let me tell you, yesterday I'm at Charlie Cook's memorial.
Charlie Cook.
Obviously the late.
He said Charlie Cook.
I'm there. A couple
The accent
comes
is
up,
funny.
Okay. And I'm standing next to Adam, and Vinny's there, and my two boys, Dylan and Tico, are there. This couple comes. Can I take a picture with you?
Can I take?
Yes, of course. We take a picture. And then the guy gets a little too close to me, a little bit uncomfortable, but he didn't seem like a weird guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I don't know if you paid attention. He has stopped saying the N-word.
He stopped saying the N-word. No, he stopped saying it. It's over, guys. He stopped saying the N-word. It's literally over. And just kidding. I'll say nigga all the time. I say it all the time.
I said, who are you talking about?
I'll say
He
nigga
says,
for him.
I said, no, you said it a lot a week ago. I said, no, he slowed down. He actually
He
reacted.
slowed
I said, "Well,
down,
we're going to have a
guys."
conversation. I said, you're probably the first to know that we're having a
We
conversation.
see the N-word in moderation here.
Appreciate you for coming and making the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Nick, I don't know much about you except for the clips I've seen, respectfully. To me, the way I've made my money over the last, 25 years in insurance and finance was watching who has talent. And I would watch somebody, I would say, this guy's got what it takes, right?
He does.
First time I had Charlie Kirk on at 23 years old, I said, there's something very special about this guy. At 23, I came to my insurance company. I said, this guy's going to be the president one day. Watch this guy closely. First time I watched Tucker, unbelievable talent. When you watch him, humor,
He was unbelievable,
sarcasm,
guys.
intelligence, pushing back, subtle.
Anyway, here's my
He's
life
making fun of
insurance.
You. You don't know it. The audience knows it. He knows the art. Candace, talent. Dave Smith, talent. We used to have a comedian working here called Marcelo Hernandez, who is now on SNL. I don't know if you know who he is or not.
Okay.
Incredible. He used to produce Adam's show. And I said, this guy's going to do something special. Now he's on SNL. Vinny, talent. I see you, the way you communicate.
I have no idea who these
Very,
guys
very
are. I
talented.
don't know.
Very capable, very talented. And I've expressed this before on the show before. But I want to know a little bit more about how you became who you are today. And then we'll cover a lot of different topics. So
You
go
got
to
the whole
high school.
story.
14 years old, who was Nick Fuentes?
Well, at 14 years old, I was already very political. I've been political since really I was 12 years old.
Dang, bro. That's literally me, too. I mean, I got around the same time, too. I was, I was 12 years old. It was 2016. Just strolling on YouTube unintended. Saw Paul Joseph Watson, liberals crying, and that was my story. Literally my story. And then became like a normie right-winger for a couple of years. And now this is me right now, until I became who I am right now.
Why is that?
Well, I just started to develop an interest in politics. There were a lot of political conversations happening due to the rise of Obama, actually, in 2008.
Obama made everyone hate, became political because we had to prevent Obama from ever happening again in America.
2012. And I wanted to know basically everything about it. When you turn around that age, you start to ask questions about the world and how we all got here and, about things that happened before. And so the first thing I ever watched actually was Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell.
Uncommon Knowledge with, I think,
The best. One of the
Peter
best.
Robinson. Yeah, they're both excellent, from the Hoover Institute. And that was actually the first thing I ever watched, and I just devoured it. I devoured everything.
At 12.
Yeah, 12.
At
13,
12.
14.
Who introduced you to Thomas Sowell?
I just Googled it. A buddy of mine in school was telling me about the private sector. I said, what is the private sector? You know, what is the economy?
What is it?
And so I just
What
Googled
is
it
that
on
thing?
YouTube, and that was the first thing that came up, and I watched the whole thing, and it was just, I was enamored by it. And I told my mom, I said, I want Free to Choose by Milton Friedman. That was the first political book I ever read. And one day I came home from school, and it was there on my bed, and I read it.
First book is Free to Choose.
Yes.
Capitalism, free market capitalism, and he was it's really him and Thomas Sowell. I think he came before Thomas did, right?
He did, yes.
Right.
Yeah, well, he was from the Chicago school. So it was Friedman, Sowell, and all the others. And so I read all that stuff in middle school and high school. And at that time, I was really a libertarian because that's just what was out there at that time.
We were
That was during the
all Loberts. Even I had a Lobert phase in 2019 when 2019 was a weird year. It was like a bunch of Loberts because Andrew Yang was felting all the capitalists with UBI. And then when COVID happened, libertarianism died. Like, straight up, it died. Like, the whole subculture of it died with it.
Paul Revolution.
Because everyone realized that endless free market with trade and free trade could have prevented COVID if we didn't have free trade with China
and the Fed.
Right, and the Fed. And there was so much online digital content, this is early 2010s, that was being put out by young libertarians. So that's just what was out there and what was available. And so I worked through all of it. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell, and read about all the Chicago school, even then the Austrian school, the really more libertarian economic stuff. And in high school, I was in Model UN, Student Council, speech team. I was very active in high school and, one of those precocious autodidact type young guys. And
were you like this? Were you this vocal?
Oh, yeah.
Were you this intense?
Yes.
So did you get in trouble a lot? Did you get in a lot of fights? Did you get picked on? Did you have bullies?
I was very outspoken. I was very extroverted about politics. I was always getting in political debates in class and in Model UN, but I didn't really get in trouble as much. What's really funny, this might interest you actually. I talked about this before, but when I was in Model UN, I was one of the best guys on the team. I would win first place every week, and because if you don't know Model United Nations, you simulate the United Nations General Assembly or the different committees, and it's like role play. It's like a role play game, but for the United Nations. And anyway, so I was one of the better guys on the team. And my junior year of high school, I became the head of the team. I became the secretary general of the team. But I had a major falling out with the guy that ran the team. He was ethnically Arab, I think.
Let's go.
And I, at that time, was very pro-Israel.
No,
I was on Prager
he was pro-Israel.
And Breitbart. And so I downloaded all the dogma from the conservative movement at that time. And so I remember we were sitting in the study hall one day, and they had all the flags of the world hanging up on the ceiling. And I said, why do we have the Iranian flag hanging up? I said, they're the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in the world. It shouldn't be up. And he told me, you got to read The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt. He said, you got to look at the other side. And
you got to look at the other side, the Arab. The Arab teacher did that.
Vicious back and forth about it. And that is kind of the only major problem I had with faculty over politics, ironically. Now,
so he was faculty?
Yes.
Okay, so how many years older was he from you?
Oh, he must have been in his 40s.
And this school, walk me through the demo of the school. Is it a public school? Is it a private school?
It was a pretty affluent public school, mostly white.
Got it.
Outside in the suburbs of Chicago.
Naperville,
it was Lyons Township in Western Springs, LaGrange.
Okay. So it's not like it's Chicago. It's a good area of Chicago, mostly white. Mm-hmm. And would you say politically center, left, don't care, Republican? What would you say the demo was?
I would say it's pretty center-left. It's very Catholic. Some Catholic, some Protestant. But what was interesting about it is very liberal but not leftist, not very progressive. So even though we were in the middle of a very progressive revolution under Obama, I mean, these guys were all liberal, but they they weren't communists. It wasn't like New York or Portland.
So what year is this? When you were junior in high school, this would make it what?
2015.
2015. Okay,
a lot of liberals stopped liking Democrats after Obama because like Obama became too left wing for the left.
Has Trump yet announced anything?
So he announced August 2015. So it was actually right around that time.
Got it. Okay, so you're there, you're getting into these debates in junior year, and then Trump announces, and then what do you do?
So after Trump announced, this is right around the time, so actually he announced in June 2015. And so I was very political, obviously super engaged with the election. And at that time, so this was going into my senior year of high school, I had a radio show on the high school radio station and a TV show on the high school TV station. I did both. And one of my first shows I've ever done in my whole life was talking about the election. And that was a very crowded primary. It was like 17 candidates. I don't know if you remember back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was Trump and this huge
Everybody,
field.
yeah.
Yeah, it was everybody. And so I went through all the candidates. And initially, I was very anti-Trump because I was a libertarian. So I was in it for Rand Paul and then Ted Cruz. And it wasn't until April or March 2016, about 7 months in to my senior year, that I really went in hard for Trump. And Trump, I would say, is the one who red-pilled me, quote unquote. He's the one.
Trump red-pilled me too.
Right.
That was a
dude. Imagine, bro. Without Don, you literally had all these people, bro. Like you might as well just like give up politics if Ted Cruz somehow got the principal conservatives to vote for him.
Jeb Bush started with $140 million. He was supposed to win it. Carson had a little bit of momentum. Cruz was one of the guys that people thought could do something.
Right.
Nobody thought Trump up until I think Ann Coulter's like, who do you think today's going to win? And she made the comment that I think it's going to be Trump on Bill Maher. Everybody starts laughing.
Right.
Okay, so you're in this moment. Trump red pills you first.
Yes. He red pills me on immigration, really. Because at that time, I am preoccupied with this notion of individualism. Very much like you. I mean, a lot of the stuff you say in your show, I agree with you 100%. I guess he reoriented my perspective about individualism. Because what I started to understand is that, you remember, in 2015, it felt like the left was unstoppable. It felt like
the left was going to win.
Obama and then Hillary Clinton were going to lead this progressive revolution, and it was just going to get more left every day forever. More pro-woman, more pro-gay, more diverse. And at that time, what felt so suffocating was this kind of political chokehold the country was in. The media's left-wing, Hollywood's left-wing, the press is left-wing. And what woke me up about Trump is one day I was watching the primaries, early primary elections, and Trump was winning all of them. He didn't win the Iowa caucus, but he won in New Hampshire, won in Nevada, and I remember the media was beside themselves, calling it every day for him. And I said, the one thing that
they
Trump
knew
has
he was
right
going to win
is he understands in order to take power, well, in order to do what you want to do, you got to take power first. In order to take power, you have to engage the media because the media is really the enemy. It's a very early kind of understanding of how politics actually works.
And fake news, he hasn't even said fake news yet.
Fake
so this is
news.
pre him saying fake news.
Exactly.
It's all fake news.
But he would fight the moderators in the debates, even Fox News, because Roger Ailes had it out for him early on. And I said, he's going to fight the mainstream media. That's essential, because if you can't fight the media, you can't win. If you don't win, you can't do what you want. And then I thought about immigration and how it's affecting the voting patterns, because I looked at one meme in 2016, and it said, this is what the 2012 election would look like if only white men voted. If only men voted, if only...
I remember that map too. I remember it. It was like my moment. Lol. I played Tuesday morning. Yeah, we love that. We love our titles. Poke's fun, but you know, some people here are probably working. You know, I'm giving you the podcast early before Jimbo Zoomer wakes up and does the reaction for me with more people. But you know, gotta get those early birds too.
I'm sure everybody's seen it.
All the streamers are asleep right now. I'm the one who's providing the content on the fly. I mean, right now. What other streamers have when it's literally in premiere mode?
And what became clear is that if only non-white people are voting, the country they vote.
But anyway, I remember that map too, and I was like, it was like, dang, we tried. I really thought I could that the GOP would win blacks, but no. You know, my people are the only one who can get Trump in. They can't get anyone else in with other people.
90% left. Blacks voted 97% for Obama in 2008, in 2012. If immigration is making the country less white, and if non-white people only vote Democrat, Asians is like 75%, Hispanics at that time,
They only vote
70%,
blue.
blacks 90%.
Blacks only
I said
vote
it's clear
blue.
where the country's going to go, what direction this is headed in. I said so, and the reason this is happening is because these people aren't assimilating. So before we can even think about individualism, the Constitution, etc., we got to take out the media, and by take out, you know, what I mean by that,
no
we gotta
Fed
fight back.
postings, only Minecraft.
And two, you have to secure the border.
It's only in
because if the
Minecraft
Democrats
that
bring in all these
does
illegals
that.
and legal immigrants, they're going to flip Texas, and that's the way it's going to go. And that was kind of the first.
You know what? I actually was looking at the 2024 election. I was actually like surprised that Trump actually increased his lead in that, because, you know, I was like pretty black pilled in my state. You know, it's like 40% Hispanic. Texas is like 40%, but he actually got it more because like everyone was saying that Trump was bad for the state. He was losing everyone, and now he got 56% of the vote. So, you know, it's actually pretty surprising for me that, you know, in spite of everything, Trump managed to help secure the state to be red for the rest of the decade.
First realization, that's what made me say I'm all in it for Trump, even though ideologically I wasn't really with him just yet.
Because you're a libertarian at the time.
Right.
Right. Okay, I'm following. So now you're all in for Trump. He's the closest thing to a libertarian. I don't know. I don't
Who's the
think
closest
it was Joe
thing?
Jorgensen, right? Who was a candidate at the time for
Gary
the libertarian?
Johnson.
Right. Yes, you're not going to go Gary Johnson, right?
No. No,
I
Gary
think he got.
Johnson.
Is he the one that didn't know the capital of a country? And I don't know what it was.
Yeah,
Something was.
Aleppo.
Yeah, that's what it was. And it's like, oh my God, this guy can't be in. And they moved on. That was an easy one for him. So you're in that moment. I'm going to go all Trump. What happens next?
So I go all Trump, and I'm a big Trump guy. I get my MAGA hat, and I'm all excited about it, and I volunteer for the campaign and everything. And so he wins the primary in the spring of 2016. Convention happens, I think, July 2016. I enter college at Boston University in September 2016. And this
Getting
is the
closer
first
to the
time I've
lore.
lived outside Chicago. I've lived in the
We're
city.
living out the lore, you know. We heard the story over and over again, but, you know, with Patrick at David, he has to hear the lore again.
Place my whole life, and it's important to impress upon you and maybe everybody like where I grew up. It's like this pocket of America that never changed. It's a baseball town. Everybody's white. Everybody's obsessed with baseball.
Everyone
Everybody's
loves baseball.
Catholic. So growing up, I'm going to CCD, which is like catechism class for Catholics. Everybody loves baseball. There's an annual parade where you go and eat hot dogs and play baseball. So this is a place that is untouched by, like I said, even though they're liberal,
There's
they're
no
not even really
blacks.
progressive. It's untouched by the progressive politics, by a lot of the diversity, even the crime. It's safe, white picket fences. Take a trip down to Western Springs, Illinois. I mean, you'll see what I mean. It's like the land that time forgot. I go to college in Boston, totally different story. Boston's obviously super diverse. It's a lot of young people because it's all schools, it's all universities, and they're all from Asia, all foreign students, and they're all Chinese, they're all from these Asian countries. And there's also, it's a little dangerous. There's a little criminal element, and
That
everyone
looks like
on the
Trump's
campuses,
signature on the wall,
they're
yeah.
militant left.
Yeah, that is. I think that is Trump's signature. I think. I don't know. It is. But he somehow he made it too big, and now it's like encroaching on that signature right there. For I don't know who would write. Look at that one too. I mean, look at this one. This one's like that's not even a word.
Wing. And that was kind of
Just
a culture
scribble.
shock. And I kind of realized in that moment, most of the country looks like this now, actually. New York, LA, Miami,
country does look
the
like
big
that.
cities, and most people live in the cities, they all look like this because of immigration, because of left-wing progressive politics. And I kind of said, in that moment, my slice of America that I grew up with is a dying breed.
It's
literally
dying.
going
The West is
extinct.
fallen.
And I like my upbringing. I love my upbringing. I want to, if I have a family, I want to raise my kids in a place like that. But in 50 years, will there be places like that? The country's going to become majority minority in the 2030s. So when I'm old and gray and I have grandkids, what is the country they're going to look like?
And you're questioning this. You're questioning. You're having this dialogue. You're asking yourself, I'm concerned that I'm gonna lose the identity of what it means.
Yes, everyone, like literally anyone who's red pilled questions it. Like Patrick doesn't get that, you know, people do have value in the suburbs. Like this is not some hyper capitalist. You could just move out to Van Nuys or whatever. Like when they see the next town over is like majority Hispanic, they do have that like thought that it's going to be like that in my town in the next 10 years. And it probably is. I see Sebastian Gorka on the other side.
American? Is it more that? Is it more Caucasian?
Yeah, I mean, all the normie conservatives, they go on Patrick Bet-David to talk like capitalism or something.
Is it more white? What do you mean it's going to lose its identity?
It's all of that. It's all of that. That it's not going to
everything.
be white people. It's not going to be Christian. It's not going to be speaking English. It won't be safe. No baseball. No hot. Like all these different layers of identity are kind of being
Who are you
blown up.
sharing this concern with at the time? Are you talking to friends, mentor, peers, relatives, parents? Who are you talking to about this?
It's all my friends in college.
Okay, so this is on BU. You're talking to them.
Yes.
And are they agreeing, disagreeing? What are they saying to you?
Well, we all basically agreed. So we all met at the there was a watch party for the first debate between Trump and Clinton. All three of us.
You got the ad
Trump
already?
Supporters on the whole camp.
Dang, Patrick really pulled through. He waited till the ad to like 28 minutes in before the fucking crypto ad.
Nice. We all met at this watch party.
Is this the one that said you'd be in jail?
Nick's
that's
cooking,
the second
yeah.
one, right? That's
yes.
He is doing good. He is. He's not getting Patrick triggered by racism yet.
That's the second
But
one.
we'll
So
see.
it was at the first one. We all met, and we developed this kind of tight-knit
What
friendship.
month is this? Is this September of 15?
September 16th.
September 16th. Okay, got it.
Right. And so, we all get together, and what was interesting at that time, and this was kind of like a cultural moment, is that remember that Trump, when he came around, there was just this explosion on the right wing. They called it the alternative
To be
right.
fair,
that had a very different
some top
connotation
four.
in 2016 than it did in 17. Because in 16 and even 2015, what it meant, up to that point, the GOP and conservatism meant kind of like one thing. It meant like Rick Santorum, like cultural conservatism, traditional...
Karl Rove.
Right, all that kind of stuff.
All the cringe. It's all that terrible cringe from 2014.
And Trump comes along and says, well, I'm kind of agnostic on healthcare. We just want to take care of everybody. He was more of a Pat Buchanan, Sam Francis, like nationalist. And so there was this explosion on 4chan and on Twitter of a lot of young right-wing guys that were asking, well, what does it mean to be right-wing? And so there's guys like Stefan Molyneux and Jared Taylor.
Bro, sir, the fucking caption, what the fuck? That's a weird way to spell Stefan Molyneux.
Steven Pinker and Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro. All these guys come into the fold, and it's much more aggressive. It's younger. It's more dynamic. It's a lot of new ideas or maybe old ideas presented in a new way. And so we were kind of holding like this salon, like this intellectual salon at the Tasty Burger by Fenway, talking about all these new people that are coming around.
The
Richard
alt-right.
Spencer, for that matter. Peterson.
Richard
race,
mentioned,
and ideas
let's
like
go.
race realism, like Western chauvinism, people like Gavin McInnes. And we were all kind of developing our ideas and what we thought was right. And ironically, none of these guys were even white. One of them was Turkish. One of them was actually Assyrian. I know you're Assyrian.
Who was that?
So he's an Assyrian guy from
Really?
Australia.
Wow.
Yeah, some young man.
Wow. Was he a Christian man or no?
He was Christian.
A Syrian man from Australia.
Mhm.
Interesting. Okay.
And one of them was Jewish, even.
One of them
And
was
so, he
Jewish,
Russian Jewish.
uh,
And a lot of people say about me, I mean, I'm an American ethnic. I'm not English or German. I'm
Fuentes. What's Fuentes?
Mexican.
And who's your dad's Mexican?
My father's half Mexican, yes.
What's his other half?
Irish.
And then mom?
She's all Italian.
All Italian.
Mhm.
Parents, when we're talking to the crew, they're telling me that mom had some influence politically. Is it mom that had more influence politically or dad?
I really wasn't too influenced in that way. Really more by my grandmother, by my mom's mother. She was very conservative.
Who did she
The
believe
base
in? Who
grandma.
was her heroes? She would say, Nick, you got to follow this guy. Nick, you got to read this book. Nick, you got to watch this. Who would she talk about?
She loved Mark Levin.
No, Mark Levin.
Okay. So, super safe, conservative, pro-Israel. This is who your grandmother was.
Mhm.
Okay. So now let's fast forward to where you're at with Trump, He's there. You're on BU. You're talking to these guys, Jordan Peterson, Gavin McInnes, a Syrian guy from Australia, even one guy that's Turkish, Jewish. You're talking to all these guys. What is that looking like? What's happening with you at that time?
So we're debating, we're really kind of getting down into what it means to be right-wing. Because like I said, I'm having this evolution. I was libertarian from like 12 to 17. Trump kind of changed the way I think about things. Then I'm in college, and I'm meeting these people, and I'm on Twitter. I'm looking at all these new intellectual figures, and we're debating, for example, the idea of race. Immigration is the issue of 2016. We're talking about illegal immigration, legal immigration, and we're talking about really the big topic is the demographic change. America was a white country. It's becoming a non-white country.
Molyneux is back on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen Molyneux return. I mean, yeah, I don't really care. Bro gave up politics years ago to be like some crypto bro who says that spanking kids is bad. It's the reason why the West fell, because kids have corporal punishment sometimes. To be fair, the man was running his job reckless not long ago, saying the well-sufferer knows he'd be finished, and boom, he pops up the big podcast and nothing happened. Yeah, Patrick McDavid is that, the Syrian Armenian guy turns out to be a big scammer. He turns out to run an insurance company. It's like, it's like Turks literally did a genocide for that reason. He's probably on another platform as well, preaching in the choir. Yeah,
country.
He's preaching that if you spank your kids, you're literally the most evil person ever. That's Stefan Molyneux.
And we're talking about the impact.
And his Jewish butt buddy.
What does it really mean for
Steve
us?
Franson.
Yes, they're going to vote Democrat probably. Will they vote Democrat forever? Yeah, they're not quite like us. Can they ever be like us? What does it mean to be white versus black, or white versus any other race for that matter? And we kind of get into the idea, I guess maybe the big idea is the politics of identity. That politics maybe is less about, whereas libertarians are obsessed with individualism, which is an abstract concept, the individual as relates to the state. This is abstract. We're now talking about the politics of identity, which is concrete, which is particular, not general, not abstract, but concrete.
Yeah, it's like, Franson, you could have done your whole thing individually, but you went with Molyneux, and it's literally when no one remembers him, he's literally forgotten.
Particular.
That's when you decide to collab with him.
You have white people and black people. They come from specific places, and they bring with them their genetics. They bring with them their culture, their way of doing things. And we're saying we less believe in conservatism than we believe in America specifically. And that was kind of, I guess, the big pivot I made. And that's why I started my show, which was called America First, which was this nationalistic show as opposed to libertarian or conservative.
Okay, so you start your show, America First. You're pro-Trump. You're supportive of Trump. You're going through what you're going through. Give me a couple inflection points where you start kind of flipping and you're no longer pro-Israel. What were some of those events? Was it a book? Was it a conversation? Was it things you studied? What was that like?
Well, the biggest thing is that I met this girl named Cassie Dillon.
Cassie Dillon, here we go.
She now goes by Cassie Akiva. So she was in school around the same time.
Cassie
she was in Western
Akiva.
Massachusetts studying.
Sounds pretty.
And we met because we ran in the same
Jewish.
college Republican circles. And she's the one that got me this show at RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, that's her.
She's still there.
There she is.
Yeah, she was there. She left, and then she came back.
Okay.
And so, I met her, and at that time, she was a Christian. She converted to Judaism. She married a Jewish guy and converted. When I met her, she was a Christian, or she had been raised Christian. And we became very good friends. We went to the Christmas party, and we hung out, and I went on her show, and she got me my show.
Nothing like attractiveness, just a friendship.
W.
It might have
Patrick.
been going in that direction,
Okay.
but no, nothing
Okay.
like
In spite of what he does, W him for platforming at last.
that materialized. So, yeah, we were just friends, and I started to notice something was up because Trump's doctrine was America First, and that was so attractive to me. He said, we will no longer be misled by the siren song of globalism.
No
It's gonna
more
be
globalism.
Americanism, not globalism. And that really sunk into me. And I'll never forget, this was in December 2016. This is what did it for me. And I wrote an article about it on my blog. I had a blog at that time.
Blog.
And
I have a blog
noticed
too.
that Obama who was still the president during the lame duck period, he told our ambassador to the United Nations not to veto a resolution condemning the West Bank settlements. So there's a resolution saying Israel's settlements in the West Bank are illegal. Normally, the United States vetoes that on behalf of Israel to protect them. But Obama instructed our ambassador to abstain. And so the resolution went through. And everybody on the right wing said Obama's an anti-Semite. He hates Jews because he did that. And I said, wait a second. I went through and I did the research, and I said ever since 1967, during the Six-Day War, when Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza Strip, it has been the official U.S. policy that we do not support the civilian settlements. That's technically illegal under international law. I said, so all Obama did was really uphold the same policy that every president did, Republican and Democrat, yet they're calling him a Jew hater. I said, I don't think Obama hates Jews. Obama's supported by the Jewish left. People like Saul Alinsky mentored him or influenced him. So I don't think he hates Jews.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the right wing like gaslighting for why Obama was bad because like he's an anti-Semitic evil man. It's like, bro, he's the reason we give $3 billion to Israel every year. It's like if it weren't for him, like. If it weren't for him, we would not have financial aid we would not be giving our taxpayer money to Israel every year.
Jews, I think that he's just carrying out our policy.
And he was the first guy to put the menorah outside in the White House. I mean, he's literally like the stereotype of the Jewish guy controlling the black man. He's literally that.
And so I said, how is that any different than when, let's say, a conservative critiques BLM, they get called the racist. You critique feminism, you get called the sexist.
Where were you working at that time? Were you working anywhere? You were independent?
I was independent.
Okay, so you're not with anybody while you're writing this.
Right.
So you're free to write and say whatever you want. Okay,
right.
Continue.
Yeah, so I was just on my own blog, and so I wrote that out. I said, this is hypocritical. I said, and this is something that crops up over and over, is this double standard when it comes to anti-Semitism, when it comes to Israel, and I called this out. And Cassie Dillon, who was my friend, I would raise this issue with her. And I would criticize Ben Shapiro very harshly. He was very anti-Trump at that time. And I said, I think Ben Shapiro is Israel first. And I think that
no more
when
Ben
Trump
Shapiro.
says in his inaugural, it's America first, why is it that Israel gets all this foreign aid? They're the #1 recipient for 50 years. They're not a poor country. Why is it that much largesse? And so I would press her on this and other related questions. And eventually she threw arms up in, I think it was March 2017. And she said, we are no longer in the same movement. She said, you are
no longer.
Israel. The way you're going about
you don't
this
like
is
Israel.
This is Casey.
This is, yeah, Cassie Dillon.
Cassie Dillon.
She goes, you are
Nick starts at N Tower.
Yeah. And in an anti-Semitic way.
Let's see the chat. Let's see the chat for a little bit. See what's going on there. It's a bunch of super chats. So he's influenced by fear. Super chats, no message. Yeah.
Like your tone.
Yeah, it's just an average
she said,
chat.
I really want nothing to do with you anymore. And so she blocked me on Twitter. And my
chat's
whole
really
friend
slow
group,
for 30,000
who was with
people.
Daily Wire, Elliot Hamilton, Aaron Bandler, all these.
Yeah, for 45,000 people watching, the chat's not going crazy. I don't know why.
These other writers at Daily Wire, they all blocked me. They would not talk to me. And then...
Now, you guys all know each other. You've hung out on your friends.
Yes.
How? Where? In what context do you guys hang out? Because you're not with Daily Wire.
Right. So we would hang out at... we hung out at the Christmas party for the Massachusetts College Republicans that she hosted.
The Christmas party, here we go.
I did her show a couple of times.
Nothing real. Oh, so you did do her show on Daily Wire?
Not on Daily Wire, on RSBN.
Okay,
she
got
had
it.
A show.
Okay.
Yeah. And so...
So they all block you. They want to have nothing to do with you at the time.
Right.
We're not on the same page. We're going different direction. Has she yet converted to Judaism or not yet? She's still a Christian at the time.
She had begun the conversion at that
time.
She begun.
The evolution
she was already beginning
to
was
be
she
Jewish. Seeing somebody while you guys were talking or no?
I don't believe she was.
Okay,
but she had been to Israel a bunch of times.
So why was she wanting to convert? Why was she going through that process? What was?
Why was she banning the faith?
No, we never discussed it on an intimate level.
So till today, you guys have never cleared it up why she became.
Never, no.
Well, maybe she can send you an email because I want to know. I'm curious to know why that happens.
I do too. Yeah.
I want to know.
Okay, so,
come on, Cassie, tell us. Tell us why you abandoned the faith.
So now, when that happens. You're on August 18th. When's your birthday?
August 18th.
Okay, so what's the first emotion you're getting? You're by yourself. She tells you this. Everybody gets blocked. What is it? Is it anger? Is it resentment? Is it I'm going to get him? Is it vengeance? What's the first emotion you're feeling?
I was stunned. I was honestly just shocked because, you know, the idea on the right wing is we're the marketplace of ideas. And so nothing's off limits.
We are the
and
free
you're supposed
speech
to bring
bros
your best
until
ideas and you debate them
you
out.
ask
That's
them
the
about
whole
a certain
program.
country.
And so to get such a cold and frosty response, it was actually a little disturbing because it's like, you know, I slept over at her sister's apartment. I went to her Christmas party. We hung out. We disagree on this issue, which...
Bro, he was going after the sister, bro. No wonder she abandoned, like, Christianity and white. she got passed over for the sister. It's so over for Cassie.
By the way, isn't even an American issue. It's not like we had a falling out because
she got passed over for the sister.
Anything to do
So
with America,
over.
it's because I didn't support a foreign country. And I said, you know, even if we disagree on the issue, we can't even talk to each other or be friends personally. Forget about even professionally working together. I was stunned at how she turned into, like, there was like this transformation.
She got
and then I
she
got
became
angry.
Jude.
And I would talk about this on my show. I would kind of go on the show, and it made me lean into the issue because I said, clearly something is here. Like, it's being treated differently than other issues.
Is that, would you say, at that time you're how old? 19 years old-ish?
I was 18.
18 years old. Okay. Up until that time, have you ever been offended the way you were offended by Cassie? At that level, that kind of a pain, that kind of a...
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so that's the first moment where, like, what do you mean? I'm just being reasonable. I'm just questioning things. What's wrong with that? Why do you not want to have a relationship? Because so that's the feeling you have at the time.
Yes.
So you're going in on it. You're getting stronger and more vocal. Who are you in your mind? Are you saying this is because Ben's in her ear?
Ben did it.
Who in your mind at 18 years old are you saying this is why she flipped? Who are you thinking about?
I don't think I was thinking about it in that way. I didn't even really have a concept of in what way they were organized. And by that I mean the pro-Israel lobby or influence operation. I had no mental model of what that looked like. So to me, it just came across as groupthink. To me, it came across as that's a dogmatic plank of conservatism. And I didn't really see it as maybe proceeding from a higher level or anything like that.
Got it. So, but are you at the time?
You got the pen.
Are you calling around saying, "Why did this happen? What was this all about?"
He has the pen, but he never writes anything down. That's so weird.
Was there from that moment to you having some sort of animosity or whatever word you want to use, animosity or frustration towards Ben? What is the timeline from that moment, 18, to frustration and animosity towards Ben?
Well, I had already had animosity towards him.
Why is that?
So in December, some months before, I put out a tweet on Twitter, and I had about 1,000 followers on Twitter. 1,000. Think of that's not a big account.
1,000.
And I tweeted, I said, if you put China over America, you should go to China. If you put Mexico over America, you should go to Mexico.
Go
you see
back.
Where it's going. I said, if you put Israel
Send
over
them to
America,
China.
you should go live in Israel. Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, accusing Jews of dual loyalty is the surest sign that you're an anti-Semite.
At 1,000 followers? Why would you do
that? Ben was really that mad.
Does he know anything about you at the time? Like, are you a formidable name in a circle that he would know about you?
He had been tipped off about me because Cassie Dillon had filmed this debate I did on campus.
Yeah.
She live streamed it on Twitter, and he saw it. And she texted him and said, you got to take this guy under your wing. He's unbelievable. He's the next big thing. He's a little Trumpy, she goes, because they hated Trump at that time.
Hated Trump. Ben hates Trump back then, but now he's like, if you don't worship Ben as a Trump figure, you're going to the crystal.
I know they were DeSantis 2020, but who were they, 2024, but who were they during that time?
In 2016, they were for Rubio, Cruz.
Oh, Cruz was it back at that time. I remember that.
They were all Cruz
So
cringe.
she says you got to go because he's a little bit Trumpy, and then what's his response to her?
He said, I'll take a look at him. I'll take a look at him.
And she told you that? So she said to you, I told Ben he should, and he said he'll take a look at you.
She sent me the screenshot, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So now this is starting to make sense. So at this point, while you're going through this, You when you put that tweet out, were you directing it towards him or not at all? Was it a general blanket statement?
It was a blanket statement.
So it was nothing like a little bit. 10% was towards Ben.
I didn't tag him or anything. I mean,
I know, but were you like saying this is towards him? Because if you're saying, you know, the feeling, when did you first get a feeling that Ben is Israel first?
It was, you know, it was right around the time that I realized that there was a lot of Israel first.
So is this before December?
It was all there.
What would it be? 16? Is this
It was around that time.
Okay.
Right around that time.
So you're kind of going through this process where you're like, I think Ben is Israel first. I don't know why he's not supporting Trump and he's going more Ted. And maybe Ted would be more pro-Israel. Even we saw the conversation with Ted and on what do you call it? Tucker a couple months ago, which I thought it was a great show on both ends. I actually liked watching it. I think it was good for the viewership. So you're talking to her. What is your goal in mind with her? Do you have any goal in mind? Like, do you want her to convert to your way of thinking?
Yes.
Are you trying to kind of tell her, man, listen, you're going to the dark side the way you're going?
No, we're telling her to get offline. She's terrible. Like, she got convinced to convert to another religion. Like, she has to have her internet revoked. She has to have her internet taken away.
All right, now is that kind of where you're going, or not?
Back in the kitchen.
I was just at that point. I wasn't even sure that I was right about any of it. I was earnestly asking.
Got it. Okay.
And saying why, like when I said, why do we give Israel this much money? At that time, that was not a rhetorical question, because now it sort of is. When we say, why does Israel get more money? It's sort of a rhetorical begging the question because they have this extraordinary influence. At that time,
he really wants the whole backstory. This whole show is about the backstory, and even though it's been said over and over and over again, he still wants it, and this is like the whole show.
I was earnestly wondering, is there a reason? Is there a justified, good reason?
That's the whole show.
That there is this special relationship between the countries.
Yep.
Because that is what she believed. And, you know, they would give these answers, but I would debate. I would say, well, here's why that doesn't stand up. Here's why that doesn't make sense. And they became frustrated that I wouldn't let that go.
Okay, so Ben retweets a guy's tweet with only 1,000 followers. But he knows about you because Cassie already told him that you should take this guy under your wings and he could be somebody. Is Ben married?
Be somebody.
I don't know.
Can you see, was Ben married in December of 2016, right? December 2016.
He married a doctor.
Has Ben married?
He married a doctor, and she's still forcing her to work, basically 80 hours a day as a doctor, while he gets to live out as a country LARPer podcast host.
In 2016, about okay. So he's already married. So he's already married. He's got his family. He's doing his thing. This happens. She steps away. You can't believe it.
Can't believe
that
it.
relationship is gone. Do you all of a sudden just go boom, double down on it? On
boom, anti-Semitic
points against Israel? Is that kind of where it goes? Or are you still subtle about it?
At that point, I was still somewhat subtle about it, at least publicly.
When did you go full on? Because if I'm not mistaken,
go full
I
on.
mean, you saw like the arguments against Israel happened a lot in the last, since October 7th, right? Charlie Kirk was sitting right here where you're sitting at in our other building, but in that seat. And it was 3 days or 4 days after October 7th. I think we were the first podcast he did where he actually questioned, how is it? He asked very fair questions. We're like, that's actually a very good question. How do you say you have the best intel, yet you're able to get them to attack you? You can't have one or the other, right? So innocent questions people are asking. I'm not speculating. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is it's a good question for us to ask. So it wasn't like he was being anti-Semitic. He's purely asking a question, right? When did you go to that level?
To the level of asking questions or beyond that?
Beyond that.
Beyond that, I would say it would have to be later that year. So later in the spring or summer of that year.
That year is
2017.
2017. Okay, so why 2017?
Well, like I said, I had been on this journey when I got into college and started asking these questions, and then I encountered this very political response, which is to say that
they were mad.
They started to treat me as an adversary politically.
They were getting
like
angry.
Instead of like I was debating them about this. And
talk about
Israel. The next step in that, of course, is that here's the best part: they didn't leave me alone. It's not like they said we can't be friends. You do your thing, we do our thing. I got a call a couple weeks after the fact from my boss at RSBN. So I was doing the show America First on YouTube. This is a small company at this time run by Jacob and Joe Seals. They founded it. I get a call from Joe Seals, who runs the company, and he says, "What's going on with you and Cassie?"
What's
I said,
going
well,
on?
We had this falling out.
Why are you
know,
falling
she told me
out,
she doesn't want
man?
to be my friend anymore.
Is Cassie a big name that people know who she
No.
is? Or...
She was a rising star. She
Okay.
wasn't big at
Okay.
that
She
time.
fell
She was
off.
20,000
Okay.
followers. So she wasn't anybody, but he calls me up and says, the reason I'm asking is because she has been calling me every day for the
Another
past 2
ad,
weeks, complaining about you.
another ad,
And saying,
Minet.
"Did you see what he said on his show?
Minute.
That's so racist. Did you see what he said
Get
on his show?"
expert advice instantly.
Asking to pull my
Oh, I
show
thought it was wait, it's advice? I thought it was crypto. Oh, okay.
off the air.
Got it.
And then it was a couple months later that the first hit piece ever was written about me by Media Matters. And I
L.
strongly
Cassie, yep.
believe, and I believe there was evidence for this at one point, that she sent in a clip from my show to Media Matters for America, left-wing organization.
Huh. So, what is the worst
Expert,
thing you've
yep.
said? What at that time? What is
Cassie's
the worst thing you've said? Have
seething
you said
that no one
anything?
remembers her.
You've said some crazy things. I mean, I've read some of the stuff that you
She
said.
apostated for nothing. She abandoned the Christian faith for Talmudic Judaism, and no one remembers her. And no one remembers she married a Mossad agent. She did all this for nothing, and now we're all laughing at her. We're all laughing at her apostate cringe.
Half the time, I don't know if you're doing it because you're trying to get under people's skin, if you fully believe it,
Guys,
or you're trolling. I don't know.
it's
Could be
all
any of those
trolling,
things. Only you know
guys.
what you're doing at that time when you're making certain comments. But what is the most vile, extreme thing that some people may say you've said up until that
You said
point
the bad-
that's causing
you said the bad
Cassie
things.
to message Media Matters and others saying you have to see what this guy's saying?
Up to that point, and this was the subject of the article, I was talking about the Muslim ban. And I said the Trump Muslim
I
ban, the
remember
travel
that.
ban.
Yep.
I said the First Amendment does not apply to radical Muslims. I said
It
you don't have a
doesn't.
First Amendment right to preach Wahhabist, Salafist ideology, which is that's the theology of ISIS.
So you're defending Trump.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
we
the
got
worst
a-
thing you've said?
That was the that was
No, we got a woman in chat. we got a woman. We got a e-girl who loves Nick in chat. Let's go. Let's go. W.
subject of the article.
All these women on TikTok, they just like they got the fucking they got the Ted Bundy attraction to him. Like, it's actually insane that randomly a bunch of women on TikTok, they all they do the Ted Bundy like trance, and they publicly post it online. It's so it's like the funniest thing I've seen. They love him like they love Ted Bundy, even though Ted Bundy kills women.
Article. That was the worst thing.
So
I'd
you've
said.
not
let's
said.
go.
So why would she be against that though?
She was in favor of that
So then, what is she forwarding to Media Matters for them to write?
because she knew that because it's a left-wing organization that they would use that to try to get me canceled or banned. It would be
Okay,
negative
and
press.
you know this for a fact that she emailed it. I don't want to put anything. You know for a fact that she's the one that reached out.
I heard it secondhand, so I don't know it.
So we don't know for a fact. We're just saying you're speculating. She may have done that, but you know that the other person that called you saying for the last 2 weeks, you know that for a fact.
Yes,
That's firsthand.
absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. So this happens. This comes back to you. This time around, are you going? If you went from 0 to 20, are you going 20 to 80, or are you going 20
going
to 50?
to 100.
I would say I was going 20 to 50.
Okay.
at that point.
So what's the next move you're making when you start hearing this?
Well, when this stuff started to happen, I actually was almost going to get fired. They almost fired me for that hit piece.
From the from
RSBN.
Okay, got it.
And the funny thing is, I didn't even want to do the show at that time. I was looking for an off ramp. I didn't want to do the show. I wanted to kind of move on because I didn't get a lot of viewership. But at that point, they were trying to knock me out. So it made me want to stay in the game.
This guy that called you, Nick, who was your boss, the RSBN guy, is he a good guy in your eyes?
He's a good guy.
So you have a relationship with him till today, or you guys don't talk, but you're saying he's a good guy?
I haven't talked to him, but he's a good guy.
But he's a good guy. Okay, so this is not a bad guy.
He's
This is
a
a
good
level-headed guy. Okay. So now you're sitting there, they're thinking about getting rid of you. You're not getting a lot of eyeballs with their show, the platform that they have. It's not performing as well as you think it was. What happens next?
So they take the show off the air
Okay.
around May 2017. Then they say, well, our fans, they had like a very small, loyal group of followers on their YouTube channel. They said the fans are demanding we bring your show
The
back.
fans want
They
it.
said, we'll make it work
W
for you.
fans.
You could do it 3 days a week instead of 5, etc. I said, all right. I said, I'll come back. So I did a show in May 29th. That was my comeback show. What happens later, the next kind of big shoe to drop, a lot of people would think it's Charlottesville, because I did wind up in
A lot of
Charlottesville in
people-
August of 17.
Here we
when
go,
I was back in the
Seville.
Summer.
Yep.
But what a lot of people don't know is that there was a lot of stuff that happened before then, which is that I go to the Leadership Institute for a job training. Leadership Institute, I don't know if you're familiar.
No, I'm not.
So they're a think tank in D.C.
Conservative or not?
Very
not-
conservative.
Okay.
From Morton Blackwell's a founder, and
Okay.
they create all these conservative activists that go on campus, and they create campus organizations. So many Leadership Institute
They
people
do.
will get training from that group, and then they go and start a college Republican chapter, a Turning Point chapter.
So who would be a comparable of a Leadership Institute to today? Would TPUSA be a competitor of theirs, or no? They're more
They
like
work
a
together,
Hillsdale. Are they?
They're very similar to Turning Point.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you're going there, and alumni includes folks like James O'Keefe, Mike Pence, Mitch McConnell. It's okay. Conservatives that gone to James O'Keefe.
No. Mitch and Mike Pence, bro. You gotta avoid that shit like You gotta avoid that shit like the plague.
So it's not like it's just people
It's
that
literally
are maybe
Mike
some would call
Pence.
rhinos. James O'Keefe is somebody he's pushed against the envelope many times. So you're there, you're thinking about going to that place. What happens next?
So I go there for a job training, and I'm thinking about dropping out of college and working for Leadership Institute. I go there for a job training. It's about 2 weeks, and it's in D.C., and you stay there in like a bunk dormitory-style living. And for 2 weeks, it's sort of this like boot camp, and they try to see what you're made of.
Literally
It's
boot
training
camp to
see
be
if
a
you're gonna be
pundit.
a field representative where you go across the country for 3 months and set up these campus conservative chapters. And so I go there, and the first day that I'm there, they have everybody go up and down and introduce themselves. And they say, tell us your name, where you're from, and why you're a conservative. First day of a 2-week training. And they call on me, and I say, I'm Nick Fuentes. I said, and I'm a conservative because our country is becoming unrecognizable. I said, you know, France is no longer France.
France is no longer Paris. Let's
America is
go.
no longer America. Mass migration is changing.
There are
what
niggas
America
in Paris
is.
now.
I said, and I
Like,
want
it's
to
not a song,
preserve
it's real.
what America historically has always been. Now, the first day that I say that, it turns out the instructor is a Lebanese immigrant. She hates
Lebanese, bro. How do we get Lebanese people? How do we get Arab terrorists in the conservative campus? Whatever.
statement. She takes my application and throws it in the garbage, but she doesn't tell me that. So I'm there for the whole 2 weeks, but I'm already disqualified.
Christian, Jewish, Muslim. She's a Christian.
I assume she was Christian.
Lebanese immigrant.
Right.
Okay. You remember that
Lebanese.
person's name, or?
I don't remember her name.
Okay. But how do you know she did that?
Because I had a friend that worked the training. He was Polish Catholic, very hard right, and he told me that's exactly what happened.
Okay. Do you know why?
Why she canceled
Yeah.
because she took offense that I said something against immigration.
They're
I'm
mad.
Nick Fuentes. If you want to text me or call me or ask me a question, you can find me on Minect.
No, they got him doing the ad. Dude, so he got him doing the ad, bro. Let's go. They got Nick doing the ad for the MidConnect thing.
Okay,
let's
so
go.
now we're going to comments you made about inflation.
That actually got me off guard. I didn't see that. It was, dude. You get the MidConnect ask questions. Why did they need the app? There's like a super chat. Oh, it's what even is MidConnect? Continue. It's pretty okay. I think it's they had super chats, but I guess it's like a personal thing. I don't know.
More nationalism, pro-America. You know, I want to protect it.
Call
I want
him
America
now?
to be a majority
Nah.
minority by 2030.
I
want us to keep our identity that we have. Okay.
What the fuck? I'm starting to get concerned. Yeah.
So she's a.
It's a sacrifice. I mean, you know, this was a interview in the This was like something everyone wanted for like a year, and you know he has to do the MidConnect thing. It's a small sacrifice to get the ad read. Yeah, he's doing an ad read. It's so wild to see that. It's like no one like it's wild to see someone who doesn't do ads do an ad. But you know, the viewership is doing good. 56,000 people watching. So you know, you have to do it sometimes. You have to ad read sometimes. I don't know if I want to call him. I don't want to get my phone number anywhere.
By that.
Anywhere near this man.
So now you can't go here.
He's gonna sell it to like insurance companies or something. I don't trust it.
Well, it gets better. So that's day number one. Why are you a conservative? Because immigration's changing the country. She hates it, disqualifies me. Now I'm still there for 2 weeks, trying to get a job that I'm never gonna get because she already threw my application away. Well, the final day. This is the best part. Final day of the training, we all the applicants had become kind of like a tight-knit group. We're all friends. We're literally living together. So we're sleeping in the same dormitory. We're doing these 10-hour job trainings every day. It's the last day. We already found out who's going to get the job and who isn't. I know I'm not getting the job. And so it's like 3 a.m., our last day. We're all in the common area just hanging out. Late at night, we're talking about politics. And at that point, they realized I was a pretty far-right guy. I was maybe more far-right than anybody.
Too racist for you.
We're all talking about politics. And it comes up, we're talking about interracial relationships and marriage. And I said, well, I'm not in favor of interracial marriages. That's against my values. I want to have a white wife. I want to have white kids. That's important to me. Now, there was a girl who was in the group. Her name was Emily Faulkner. Now she's like a big pro-life activist. She's married. But at that time, she was in this little group. She pulls out her phone and she starts secretly recording me. She doesn't say anything, but she pulls out her phone, hits record, and she says, so wait a second. She goes, you're saying that if I have sex with a black person, that's the same as having sex with a dog? I said, no, I'm not saying that. I said, but I think race mixing is immoral. I said, I think
the average reaction to women, it's like, that's what women do. They just think about bestiality all the time. when they're getting impressed about their degeneracy, it's like, what about this? What about what about with a dot? It's like, that's all women think about. It's like, when they get pressed about their cringe, it's like, they think about dogs and they think about the dog doing bad things to the dog.
Both be immoral. She takes that clip, along with clips of other things I said. She sends it to Cassie Dillon, because she knew and apparently was friends with Cassie, unbeknownst to me. Cassie Dillon sends it to a group called Reagan Battalion, and they post that all over Twitter. And it blows up on Twitter, and now I am, like, officially being canceled because of this secret recording taken at this Leadership Institute job training.
Is the video public to see?
It is.
Is it? How bad is the video? Is it appropriate to just show?
You can pull it up, yeah.
Rob, can you pull it up? I'm actually curious on how bad the video is. It's on YouTube. What should he put?
I don't know. If you pull it up on, it's a funny search query.
That's not it. So
I don't know where you could find it.
Rob, you look forward. We'll continue conversation. If you find it, we'll come back to you. Okay. So she sends
if you find it, come
the
back.
Reagan Battalion posted all over X. At this point, if you had 1,000 followers when Ben retweeted you, where are you at now when this happens?
So I must have been at maybe 3,000-4,000 followers.
Okay, so you're still not somebody that has been, you got 100,000 followers. You're not at that level yet.
Right.
Okay. So it's interesting that you're getting under so many people's skin, even though you're not yet.
We're not the racist yet.
Amongst your circle,
we're almost there.
Probably know you're.
We're almost there, guys. We're almost there.
But in the public eye, they don't know you yet, so they're trying to defame you early on.
Yes.
Is that a pretty good description?
Yeah, they were trying to throttle me.
Okay. So that happens. Amy Faulkner sends this to Cassie. Cassie then sends it to Reagan Battalion. Reagan Battalion posts it, and now you're saying you're being canceled. Define canceled.
So I'm being blacklisted from everything in the conservative movement, from CPAC, from Turning Point. This is when my name is getting the scarlet letter.
Shut it down.
I'm officially being kind of kicked out because they're saying, none of these people liked me, and they were all attacking me on Twitter constantly. But this was the moment when they said, we got him. Because this is how
We
this
got
worked
him.
back then. Now, obviously, everything goes on Twitter and everybody's controversial. But back then, you had a clip like that, which was perceived as legitimately racist or anti-Semitic, and you're kind of done for. And that's what they did to me. And
Have you yet? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Have you yet walked up to Ben with his kid crossing the streets with his family, or
No,
not
that
yet?
was yours later.
That was yours later. Okay, so this is good.
Dude,
Let's
we're
keep
not
going
even
with the
there
sequence.
yet, bro.
So that
Hold your
happens.
horses.
If you went from 10 to 20,
Hold your Armenian
when
step
she said
horse.
I'm blocking you and a couple of people at the Daily Wire.
We're
did.
getting there, bro.
Then you
Hold
go
on.
to 20 to 50 when you find out about the media matters and the messages being sent out to other places to censor you. Claims, but you know the other guy at RSPN called you saying this girl keeps calling me, telling me what you said to cancel you last 2 weeks. That you know for a fact. Then this happens here with Leadership Institute. Then the Amy Faulkner situation video going to Reagan Battalion. Where do you go from here? If it goes 10 to 20, 20 to 50, where are you going? What
Now I'm
happened?
50 to 80.
Okay, so now it's like this is when you're born.
Mhm.
And how old are you at this time?
Just about to turn 19.
So you're still 18, and this is
Still
what's happening.
18.
Got it. So what do you do next?
So I have to defend myself. This video is going viral, and Ben Shapiro retweeted it, by the way. Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that Reagan Battalion video.
100%? Are you positive?
100%. He said,
And
this
what
is,
did he say?
This is very concerning.
Is that the video, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Can I see it, please?
Here we go.
Daily existence by Jews.
Here we go.
You laugh at it like.
How so? Can you?
Would you say that me having sex with my dog is the same thing as me having sex with a black man?
No.
I-
But they would both be degenerate.
Oh. Let's go.
Well, that's a
They
little.
would both be degenerate.
That's a little bit harsh.
It's a little
Could be seen as
harsh.
Could be seen as disrespectful. If I was an African American, I would be
beat
very
the fuck out of
annoyed,
you if I was
upset,
African American.
frustrated, angry with you, and somebody who could say that is racist. And
But-
the
It is
average
racist.
person, and I'm just talking to you. I'm trying to be really hearing you out. I don't have any gotcha stuff for you here. It's gonna be a very easy interview as we're going through. That's kind of racist.
It's kind
I
of
agree.
racist, guy.
But let's remember the context. First of all, you saw that. That's a 3-second clip.
Mm-hmm.
3-second clip, and you can't even see 80% of the screen
For sure.
because it's being hidden. Now, you and I both know the way that we talk on a show like this
Right.
is very, it's like anything. You got to know your audience. Now, that's a 3 a.m. conversation with 18-year-olds. I think that we're all talking about, we're all political people.
By the way, I'm also with you there, okay? Because I'm not one that condones that behavior. I've told my kids, I
told
swear
my
to God,
kids,
if I
do
ever
not
had
say
a
the
conversation with my
N-word.
boys last week, I said, if I ever hear you use the N-word, I swear to God, you're not gonna like what I do to you. Okay? They were going to school.
Damn, bro. Really threatening to beat your kid with that? Bro.
My kids were going to
That's
school.
crazy.
One of the best schools in Florida that has the highest SAT scores and the highest focus on math. The owner of that school's son says the N-word, who's a white guy, says the N-word. The father who owns the school, the board decides to kick his own son out of his school.
He's complaining about the school he sends his kids to, the son saying the N-word.
weird situation that happened. So we're having this kind of a conversation. And one of my kids just went to Yale for 3 weeks for some summer camp that somebody else was holding in Yale. But he goes or comes back slightly different.
Saying the
Language,
N-word.
Kind of hearing what's going on, right? And I'm 46. I can't judge you because during my time, Instagram didn't exist, Snapchat didn't exist, YouTube didn't exist, phone cameras didn't exist.
The phone didn't
And let me tell you,
exist.
there's a lot of stuff we did at nightclubs and Army and videos were on the way we speak at 2 o'clock in the morning. Maybe not at this level. I've never said anything like this, but I understand that it's riskier. So at a young age, you have to be aware you're a very smart guy. You have to be aware that that kind of stuff gets caught, it's going to make it to public. So one, the
It's gonna make it to
responsibility is on
public,
you.
say the
But
N-word.
two, you have a higher risk you're going through because you're part of the social media family, not social media family, social media generation that we didn't go through at 46.
Well, and I learned that lesson the hard way.
Gen
but-
X
but what
venting
is the
about
lesson?
technology
the lesson
moments.
is that this sort of thing, this is how political control is maintained, which is to say that we have a culture where you don't even have to do anything wrong. If you say anything wrong, ever, in public, in private, even if it's not inherently wrong, if it sounds wrong, someone might be secretly recording and use it to make you look bad and then destroy your career or your reputation. And this is enforced selectively. Like, let's keep in mind, take Shapiro, for example. And this is something I pointed out when this happened. When Shapiro was 18 or 19 years old, he wrote an article on Town Hall which said that population transfer is not a dirty word. In other words, meaning we need to take all of the Palestinians and kick them out of Israel. He's advocated for ethnic cleansing on his Town Hall blog. Now, you could say whatever you want about that.
Population transfer?
Yeah, transfer is not a dirty word.
Does that mean ethnic cleansing?
That's what the article defends, yes.
Can you pull it up? I'm curious because I want to
Can
be
you
fair.
pull it up, please?
So, is he saying moving them from there to a different place?
Yes.
Like you can go to, all right. So raise your hand. Ben Shapiro, August 2003, which is 22 years ago. Raise your hand if you have shocked at breakdown of so-called Middle East roadmap. If you are raising your hand, give yourself a nice hard slap across the chops. Maybe that will make you wake up from your reverie of self-education. The roadmap was doomed from the start. The Arab Rob, I can't see it. Enmity of Jews and the state Israel no peace. The time for half measured has passed. Bulldozing house of homicide bombers is useless. Instituting ongoing curfews.
The Google account isn't verified. Look at that. The Google account isn't even verified. It's him.
Uses roadblocks, touch fences, meaning negotiations. Some have rightly suggested that Israel be allowed to decapitate the terrorist leadership. Some have rightly suggested that Israel be allowed to decapitate the terrorist leadership of Palestinian Authority. Okay, so rightly meaning they're in the right to suggest that Israel should be allowed to decapitate. Decapitate is what? I mean, killing is the easiest way to put it, but decapitate, doesn't that mean to... what is the actual definition of decapitate?
They mean kill the leadership.
Kill the leadership.
But if you scroll down, the basis of the article is when he says transfer, he's saying population transfer. In other words, saying this should not be stigmatized.
Where do you see population transfer?
That's the title of the article. Is transfer is not a dirty word. If you read the whole article, that's the whole.
I want to read the sentence, Rob. Go lower.
Go down. Read the lower.
Here's the bottom line. If you believe that Jewish state has the right to exist, then you must allow Israel to transfer the Palestinian and the Israel Arabs from Judea, Samaria, Gaza, and Israel proper. It's an ugly solution, but it's the only solution, and it's far less ugly than the prospect of bloody conflict ad infinitum. So, okay, can you go to ChatGPT and type in what does, give me the word, what does the right to transfer, what was the word?
Well, that's what the article says. He says
that's what it said,
the
bro.
Palestinian Arab population from Judea.
It's literally some 18-year-old Jew raging.
How do you interpret what he's saying here? You're thinking he's saying to kill them?
He's saying to displace them, to take them and deport them somewhere else, some other
deport them
Muslim
somewhere
country.
else. Okay, and so to you, would you define that as ethnic cleansing?
By definition, yeah.
But it's not ethnic cleansing, like just wipe them off the face of the earth.
It's not genocide.
It's
but
not
it
genocide.
Is, by definition,
okay,
ethnic cleansing.
Got it.
Here's the point I'm trying to make is that is an extremely controversial statement. I mean, could you imagine if someone said whites and blacks can never live together in America?
They can't.
It's an ugly solution. We got to take all the black people and send them back to Africa.
Right.
Send them back.
Right.
It's racist to say Arabs can't live in Israel. We should remove them all. He wrote that under his name on a blog, but he never got canceled for saying that. But I got secretly recorded when I was 18 in a private conversation, and people say, and he himself quote tweets it and says, this is concerning, to amplify it to everybody in the conservative movement. That's what I say. It is selectively enforced.
Yeah, but if he would have written this the other way around,
if he written this the other way around,
and he writes it about getting rid of
fairness this other shoe or whatever needs to end, bro. It's not real. Like the scenario, like bro, we know it. We know that would happen. There's no if it's on the shoe. You either support. It's either this or the opposite. And and it wouldn't matter, bro, because they're gonna hate it no matter what.
The comment about Jews. that would be the equivalent of saying having sex with a dog is the same as degenerate, the way you put it down. To me, that would be the equivalent, not this. And
That
the
would
reason
be
why I
the
say
equivalent.
that is because in 03, who's the president in 03? It's not Obama. Is it Clinton? Is it Bush? It's Bush. Okay.
He doesn't even
So
know
in
the
03,
president in
how
03,
pro-Israel
bro.
were we in 03?
What is he
in America?
doing?
Very pro.
Okay, so this is a probably a 80% agreed message in 2003. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to time the temperature of when it was written. Like if he wrote this today, I am sure it's not going to be 80% support that he's going to get. So 03, climate's different, fair. Continue, please, with after what happened with that school situation.
Continue.
Sure. So I'm at this
There's
job
the ad
training,
again.
we
There
leaked
it
this
is.
Out to
There it
Reagan
is
account,
again.
and this goes everywhere. And it was in that moment I defended myself very strongly because they tried to use this clip, and by they I'm talking about Ben Shapiro, Cassie Dillon, Cabot Phillips. They think they've got
There's
it,
the ad.
and now I'm canceled from
Ads
the
again.
movement. So I took that, and of course they're expecting you to go out and apologize. They're expecting you to go out and say, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said
I'm
that."
sorry.
But I said, you know what? I'm not sorry because this
Sorry,
is a
not
political
sorry,
attack.
Jew.
This is not some kind of good faith, because you said the comment is racist, and would I phrase it that way if I was saying it in an official public capacity? No. But we tend not to do those things when we think we're in private, in confidence. You kind of understand that there's some discretion there. And that's not to say that I'm, thought I could get away with it, but we don't speak in a lawyerly way when we're among
Do
friends.
you believe that? You don't believe that, though.
You
What,
don't believe
that it's
that.
degenerate?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's immoral. I don't know that I would say degenerate, but I
Okay.
would say it's contrary to my values.
How much are you saying that in that moment because you're trying to be a shock jock and you're trying to get attention?
I
versus-
wasn't trying to be shock jock. Think about the question that was posed. Let's just back. I want to know what you think about this. We're in a private conversation. A girl takes her phone out, starts secretly recording, and says, "Is having sex with a black man the same as having sex with a dog?"
Did you know she was doing that or no?
I didn't know she was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, listen. You
But
got
what is that to you? That's a setup.
Nick, I'm talking to you in a way as if you're my nephew or my son. Not in
What?
a, don't take it as I'm
What?
I'm
What
this.
is he-
I'm not
No,
doing that at
yeah.
all. I'm just talking to you as
He
a,
thinks he's
I'm,
his son.
I'm new to this game. I'm a business guy, so I haven't been. When I hear the histories, I don't know.
Nick is charging $5. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I mean, you could be mad about that, but like that's what those self-help, cameo type sites do. It's like it's nature. Nick should just defend it and say race makes you degenerate. Yeah.
Everyone's histories. When you don't know what you're talking about. You're right. We don't know the history of everybody, but we're willing to learn. We'll talk to everybody.
Drop 5,000.
The way I see it, Nick,
Spinefish.
is one of my kids is
asked you for a
very
50-minute call.
Very political, more than I'm political. But he's in the climate, so he's always, Yesterday he's.
After watching
Charlie's,
this, we'll see if someone actually took the the Mid Connect call.
memorial.
We'll see.
And this was one of the most difficult days of his life, witnessing Charlie pass away. I've never seen him. This is a very strong kid. 30 minutes on my shoulders going because of what happened with Charlie. He's sitting right there at the event, listening to everything for 5 hours, and he's loving it. It's not like, oh my God, I want to go home. I'm tired. Can we eat? Can we do this? He's all in it. The way I look at you,
He's
and
locked
the way I
in.
look at Charlie, is one of my kids is probably going to pursue this route, and he's going to go into politics.
He's getting
And
political.
I think
There's nothing you can do.
you
with
have
that.
an opportunity to mentor them to learn from the mistakes you made, because whether you know it or not, you got a lot of kids that follow you. Okay, more than they follow me. There's more 13-year-olds following you than they're following me. This is not sarcasm. It's not a shot. I'm just the truth, right?
It's the truth.
Just like you were following maybe somebody and looking up at them. I think you got to be careful, but I also think it comes with the territory. Like when I was growing up, I was hanging out with gangsters in L.A. And I remember one day I'm in Vegas,
To be honest,
2,
I
3
like
o'clock
it.
in the morning. I'm in the street
NYC
with a 15-year-old
picture,
kid that's
it
driving a
looks so
car,
bad.
and he's got a gun that I don't know he's got a gun. Guys pull up here to our left, handful of African-American guys. Where are you from, homie? Where are you from? He pulls out the gun. From New York. Boom, boom.
I'm from New York.
I'm
Shit.
15 years old. We're out there running in the streets of Vegas. Guess what? You got to be careful who you get in the car with. That could have been the last day of my life. Somehow I made it. I go upstairs. My dad's
made
seeing me,
it.
my
You
heart's
got out
like
the street.
shaking. That was the risk then. I don't know if so much of that is the risk today, The risk is
Bro's
what you just
Armenian,
did.
but still
You gotta be
acts,
careful
but
what
still
you're saying.
acted black.
And that comes with certain, backlash and responsibility. But I also think, and this is going to get me in trouble. I also think we should be forgiven.
Say the word.
I also think we should be forgiven for Ben writing that, as well as you saying it. I also think it needs to be like, listen, yeah, I mean, maybe he said this. I don't know his upbringing.
Bro, he's a deranged Jew. He's not gonna apologize for anything.
I'm trying to find that mom, dad. I've seen some stuff with mom and what some of the stuff she said, and maybe it's the influence from grandma. It's not. It's Mark Levin. It's not like you had a racist person. I don't see that. But we also have to be a little bit forgiving, because if we don't and we stoke it more, you're gonna get worse and worse and worse, right? The next person's gonna want to get even more and more radical. Let's go past this one.
Yes,
but I just want to say one thing,
Please.
if I can, because I hear you and I agree with you, and I try to tell my followers now. I shake my head when my followers are trying to be edgy or edgelording, trolling, whatever. I totally agree, and I try to be a better role model now. And in politics, you do got to be careful what you say, because you're right, and everybody's always watching. The only reason I say that is to kind of paint a picture from my entire 18th year on Earth. I'm an 18-year-old college freshman. It's not like I was out here being problematic, being hateful, being a monster. It's that a decision was made that I had the wrong views. And because I had the wrong views, there was a basically ceaseless political attack, which is, I make a tweet about the double standard on Israel, and
Life is
Shapiro's
over.
amplifying that. I have a show, and someone's calling my boss saying, get this guy fired. Maybe they're collaborating with the left to get me fired. Up to and including strangers that I don't even really know are secretly recording me, setting me up. The point is, they made a decision, this guy's got to go, and they said, we're going to use in a careless remark to take the guy out. So, people see, here's a guy that said a bad thing.
I don't support that.
And I'm not saying you do. I'm just explaining that's the side that a lot of people don't see. They see the bad remark. They don't see the calculation.
And that's why I'm having these questions with you. And by the way,
appreciate that.
I wish this podcast existed.
I wish.
Because I don't know if there's one where someone's asking you for people to know, how did you become the way you became?
Exactly.
That's why I wanted to take this approach with you. But let me go here and hold you accountable a little bit. And
Sure.
again, feel free to push back. I'm comfortable with it. You're 27. You're no longer 18.
True.
So when you go a week ago and you're like, you don't need to do it. Here's why you don't need to do it. Drop in the N-word.
Drop in the N-word. He's still pressed about the N-word.
Shit and all this stuff. I drop it all the time. I try not to drop it on camera.
Oh, he does say the N-word. Bro, we did it, guys. He admitted. He said that he says the N-word all the time.
But I'm also not sitting here
He
telling you
says
to
the
walk on
N-word
water.
all the time.
I say all the words, and I listen to hardcore hip hop. I listened to a lot of hardcore hip hop growing up. That
Drop
was my taste
it.
of
Say
music.
it.
I don't know
Say
if it was
the
yours or was for
N-word.
me. For a person who knows how to communicate as well as you do, when you use those words, you get an average person to question your intelligence. And you don't need to do that. You're above that. You're so talented. Why go there? Now,
Why
if you
go
tell me,
there?
Pat,
Why
I'm
say
just
the
doing it because
N-word?
I don't want anybody like you to tell me that I can shut up because I've gone through them. Fair, fine. You want to do that. I would just say, I want to show you something. Rob, can you pull up you ever read the book Power versus Force?
No.
Okay. So this book, Power versus Force, I read it like 23 years ago. I was 23 years old when I read it. Yeah, it had a very, very big impact on my life. The guy breaks it down on what types of leaders eventually get to a certain level of consciousness that they gain power naturally and they truly become a positive force to the world. Like, I believe Charlie's a positive force to the world. To me,
got old books.
I had, believe it or not, Charlie at #1 spot. He's my #1 draft pick. If I'm building a super team, he's my #1 guy.
The fantasy football
No one was
team.
above
Let's
Charlie.
go.
And there's a lot of guys, okay? No one. I respect all of them. I think they're very capable. But I thought Charlie was unique because of one specific reason. In this thing, he explains where if you look at all the way to
what
you see the third row where it says level.
Mhm.
So go all the way down to the level. You see where it says shame.
Mhm.
So shame. Like I have relatives who are driven by shame. They're so tough to be around.
They're so tough.
They're living a tough life. That's not you. Guilt. I can't believe what I did 10 years ago, and they keep reliving this guilt. It's not you. Apathy. It's not you. Grief, that's not you. Fear, I don't think that's you. Desire, I don't know if that's you. Anger, pride, maybe. I was probably
I don't get this whole thing.
Fear, desire, women, and I was the one that wasn't as disciplined as you. I was very undisciplined when it came down to women. I just couldn't stop it. That was my vice. It wasn't video games. It wasn't porn. It wasn't gambling. It was women. So then you go to
love
anger,
the
pride,
women,
right? Pride. Screw you. You know what I'm saying? Okay, no problem. Then comes courage. That's the first level of consciousness where you're entering. I think you have it. You have the courage to share with. There's a lot of risk in sharing your opinion. But then you go to neutrality. And then you have, which is, let me hear both sides out and let me see what's going on. Then you're willing to speak to everybody. I actually think you're willing to speak to anybody. I wouldn't say you're not willing to speak to anybody. And then you got acceptance that we're different. And then you got reason. And then you got love. I actually believe Charlie was at reason and love. And I don't think anybody else in the movement is at reason and love. I don't think anybody else. This is my opinion.
Love.
What
it's all love.
When I watch you and I see what direction you're going and what your upside is, my only feedback on this topic that we're having, consider this feedback from a person who's never spoken. You and I, just so audience knows, how many times have you and I spoken?
0.
Have we ever DM'd each other?
Never, no.
Have we had a phone call with each other?
Never.
By the way, I think this is very important for the audience to know this. The guy paid for his own flight.
You did.
We pay for your flight to come down here. We pay for your driver. We pay for your hotel. Didn't let do that. I actually respect that. That was your way of saying, hey, I don't want anybody to say this. I just came here. Whether it's because of safety reason, whatever, I respect all of it. The fact that you did that. And I think the audience needs to do that. Know that because they need to know where your character lies. All I'm saying is, pump the brakes a little bit. And here's why. I wouldn't mind coming back to the story, but we can transition back to this because I still want to know the history.
He still wants to know, bro. It's been like...
Not this week, 12 days ago, I think it is now.
It's been like an hour and a half, and he still wants to talk about the story. Like, it's like an hour and a half, and he still wants to talk about the history. He still wants to talk about the history.
Charlie Kirk, right? And you know what clips are going viral with you. A month ago, you're calling out... what do you call it? Turning Point USA. And I don't know what you said, but you said it. You know what it is. You can fill in the context on what you said, right? I'm not going to play the clip. But you were saying something. It's the clip where you're at the top and the other one's at the bottom, right? What you said before now is like, hey, listen, Charlie was a Christian. He was trying to do this. You were very complimentary about Charlie. Okay. And Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Mm-hmm. And you've had death threats of people coming to your door, right? And things happening. How much has the last 12 days, because, at first they're like, well, it's Israel. You're like, no, it's not Israel. You're actually a person that I would have thought would have been the first to go there.
It was Israel.
No, I'm not going there.
Dude. Yeah, the whole Israel did Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing fell apart. Like, right now, it basically fell apart because, like, the leader of the movement to absolve Tyler Robinson of all wrongdoing and blame Netanyahu is fucking Candace Owens. And even then, she's, like, inconsistent with her, like, explaining the conspiracy. Like, literally one day, she said that Tyler Robinson did do nothing. The gun wasn't there. He was shot from the camera or whatever because the camera behind Charlie Kirk was a secret gun. And then the next day she says, oh, he didn't get shot from the back. And it's like, good going. You didn't expose anything, you dumb bitch. And now she's getting sued by the Macrons for everything she has. And the rest of them are the post-October 7th anti-Semites who are not right-wing on anything else other than... on anything, but want to unite with the left, even though the left hates them for their opposition to Israel, because the left and right is supposedly fake, and no left-wingers ever shot anyone. No left-wingers personally shot people alone. And yeah, it's all falling apart. I mean, I mean, it doesn't just. They want to prove it so badly because like they think if the non-conspiracy people got their way with this, then all conspiracies are debunked. But no, it doesn't work like that. Like reptilians still own the world after Tyler Robinson was fully guilty of it.
You know, Charlie, Nick is a Fed. All right. This person's CIA. All right.
Everyone's
that kind of
CIA.
went away. Didn't have a long lifespan. It's gone. Hey, it's the Groypers that did it. You know, it's your creek. It was out of the 13 questions, 11 were Groypers. Whatever the number was, I may be wrong. I don't want to. Don't fact check me on what the numbers, but I read somewhere that a number of the people that asked the question were Groypers. Groypers asked me a question when I was at Amphis. When the guy got up and said, "How come you've never had Nicholas J. Fuentes on?" And I said, "He's got to stop saying the N-word." And this is
he got to stop saying it.
How are you processing this with Charlie Kirk? I've seen the tweets, I've seen the videos, but how are you processing this?
Well, on a personal level, it's terrifying, you know, because he was out there and he got blown away doing what we all do, which is a public event or something like that. And of course, the same thing happened to me last year. Somebody came to my door with a gun while I was doing my show and tried to kill me. And so you realize we do really have a problem in the country with this kind of violence.
left wing
that
has
was
gone
kind of the
nuts.
first level. My first reaction is I didn't know if this was some lone nut job. Is there some kind of coordinated attack? If there would be copycats or something. But then on a deeper level, people are calling me a hypocrite because I had complimentary things to say about Charlie, even though he was my adversary in politics. But I don't see it as a contradiction.
Screw the woke, yeah.
I disagreed with him. I still disagree.
Look, Lucas Gage, Candace Owens, all those people. I hate the left and them. I hate both of them equally, or sometimes both. Sometimes a little more than both sometimes, but I hate them both. I do not want Antifa after we take out George Soros. Like, once we defeat George Soros, I want every Antifa member sent to Gitmo. All of them. Like, even if they were like... they were on Discord complimenting it. No, send them straight to Gitmo. They don't deserve to be here. Same thing with the transfer death cult. Don't want them either. Defeat the people that they have the same ethnicity as Israel. That's funny. The transfer death cult. Once they're gone, I want the individual ones gone too. Like, I want to hate both of them. Like, it's not like we defeat them and then magically all the left is like free from the magic spell and they're magically going to be like third worldist, the multipolar, like liberals like Ian Carroll and all those people. No, they're going to remain that way. They're going to just reorganize and it's just going to be like square one all over again. Like and that's pretty much it. That's my like 30 cents. Tyler Robinson, he's evil. Even if he supposedly didn't do it, you know, he's a fucking gay man who's a furry. He needs to rot in prison regardless. If somehow a miracle where Kundis was right and the camera was proven to be a gun and not Tyler Robinson.
With the things he said, and my views on him from a professional point of view hasn't changed. What I have processed is the reaction to the killing from all of his fans and from people. You see that millions of people were touched by his activism. And I looked at his activism in a very one-dimensional way, which is that he's pro-Trump, he's pro-Republican, he's pushing the talking points. We would call it Talking Points USA. That was kind of the joke.
TPUSA Talking Points.
Right, Talking Points. You know, his job is to go out there and sell, the party. But seeing the outpouring of support, I mean, I saw a lot of young people that were emotional. Young men, young women going to the vigils and actually distraught. And I think they were distraught, one, because it was so evil what was done to him. To see that kind of violence was really upsetting. But also I think people were touched because Charlie Kirk, it does put things in perspective when a person dies. I don't believe he was a bad man. I disagreed with him. I didn't like his politics. But what I have come to respect about him is that he was a very hard worker. He was kind. You noticed that when he talked to people he didn't like or disagreed with. He was open to other people. He changed his mind, even when he dealt with me. And he was never particularly nice to me, let's just say. But he was to a lot of people. And maybe more than anything, the thing that touched people the most was his testimony of his faith, that he believed in God. And, you know, I didn't like what he advocated for politics, but what he advocated for Christianity. That's the part that people are going to remember him for. That's the part that people, when they think Charlie Kirk, they don't think of the Republican debate bro. They think about a guy that was preaching marriage, values, you know, decent Christian values, Christ himself and his sacrifice on the cross. He was Protestant, I'm Catholic. And when they held the memorial yesterday, I'm going to tell you the truth, I thought there were things about the memorial that were distasteful. But one thing that was exceptional about it is the way that the name of Christ was proclaimed to everybody. And I think that, you know, when you see someone die like that, the reason it's jarring for people is because we realize that we're all going to die. Suddenly, unexpectedly. You know, and like him, he's 31 years old. Nobody expects that a 31-year-old with that kind of money and influence is going to die all of a sudden. He had plans. You know, he was going to get on his private jet and fly to do another event some other time. You know, nobody expects that you're going to die, someone like that at that age. And when you see someone like that cut down so viciously, you realize how life is so fragile and it's so temporary and it's so short. Any day we could all die. And what that then naturally makes us think about is, well, what does it all really mean then? If you could get stopped in your tracks at any time like that, what actually really matters in life? And what mattered about Charlie, when you see in the end, is it's not actually the times when he was maybe taking the piss and saying, what is a woman? It's the times when he was sincerely professing his faith.
I forgot about What is a Woman, to be honest. Like, I forgot that film even existed. Like, the right wing was so... Like, the entire grifting scene was so, so blazing that film, and then, like, it got forgotten after, like, a year. Because Daily Wire went on to make Mr. Bertram, which is obviously the best thing the Daily Wire movie studio has made since forever. Like, it's so... Like, it's so good that, that clones are still... People are still making copycats of that series right now. I mean, I think like last night I saw I saw an account that literally still does the Mr. Bertram, the old Norm parodies, even after everyone said that was crap.
Talking about moral virtues and the moral virtues that he lived in his deeds. And so to me, I guess it was a change in perspective, kind of realizing everybody asks the same question, how will I be remembered? You know, when we get unexpectedly killed or when we die or when bad things happen. And it's a challenge to kind of live every day thinking, could today be the day? You know, and what did I do on my final day? How did I act? Did I tell the truth? Was I courageous? Was I kind? You know, not just to my friends and my family, but also to my enemies. So I think it brought people to the center a little bit, centered in a spiritual sense.
Did you at all watch it yesterday where you had moments of sitting there saying, this was a good guy, man. Shit, you know, I wish I would have changed the approach with our relationship. Did you at all have that moment?
I don't know that I would have changed my approach, because politics is vicious, you know, and that's just the game. He was vicious to us. We were vicious to him. But I do think that I harshly judged him. I think when anybody dies, you feel that way. And I think especially since he died, you look at him and you realize this guy was not actually the worst guy in the world. You know, he was kind of my nemesis in a way. And maybe I was his on the right wing. But I realized that we had so much more in common than we disagreed with, actually.
So do you think when you hear the statement, let's find a way to lower the temperatures, do you in your mind say, shut up with this lower temperature bullshit. Stop it. Lower the temperature. Do you know
lower
what's
the temperature, guys.
Do you hear that message now and say, maybe we gotta lower the temperature? Hey, maybe if I get all these young guys that are following me, how Christ-like am I being? What am I? This whole WWJD. I had a call with somebody 2 days ago. I won't mention the name, but also very talented and capable. Very person I believe in tremendously as well. And we also, you know, have had a challenge. But I said, listen, every time as I'm going through this, and I'm out there, I took my kids. Everyone's like, don't take your kids to, you know, what do you call it? The Charlie's and Memo. I said, no. I'm taking my kids. I believe in God. I have faith. And if I move forward with fear, what a coward. I'm a leader. I'm a leader amongst leaders. We're going to go there. They sit there proud. We're good. Of course, we make the investment for security and all that stuff, but we got to go. We can't change our life dramatically where we're seen as being cowards, right? We're never going to do that. This is America's the greatest country in the world. I'm going to do my part. My life
America,
is changed because
fuck
of
yeah.
God, Jesus, America. I am the luckiest human being alive. That is my feeling, the vibe that I have, right? But when you hear the words, we got to lower the temperature, what's the first thing you think about?
I think it's kind of just a wrong perspective on it because, you know, I'm an intense person, and I think that this is a decisive moment for America. And, you know, what really made me beside myself is not necessarily that someone killed Kirk, because there's a lot of crazy people out here that unfortunately do carry out acts of violence. It was that there were like 100,000 liberals who are in their right mind that were celebrating, that were about it, that crashed.
They were
vigils.
evil. You know, actually reflecting on the response to Kirk, I was actually like white pilled when the way that the reaction came as it did, because, you know, when the day it happened, I was like scrolling through, you know, Nick's post on when it first happened. It was like I saw a comment that showed like, oh, he was literally like John Wilkes. He was literally like Lincoln, bro. John Wilkes Booth mode. And it was like, I was like, it was probably the most bummed out I ever had seeing like the normie, right? Because like, you know, Kirk literally died, got shot, and liberals are celebrating like as if they defeated Hitler. And you're telling people that, oh, Kirk was literally like Abe Lincoln, bro. And it's like, I was like, like, I thought it was like the right wing was pretty much cooked in that we weren't gonna learn anything. We're just gonna like talk about the left being too violent. They gotta acknowledge violence, bro. And then, you know, I saw the doxing, all the liberals crying, and I was like, dang, we're actually taking this serious and not comparing it to like Lincoln or MLK again. I think the Luigi Mangione death like showed the right wing on how to actually respond when the left has like a victory in a tragedy like this, because we didn't do anything and the liberals like martyred Luigi Mangione. They were laughing at your face that they killed an innocent CEO who runs a health insurance company because some bum who has a $500,000 job couldn't afford to fix his back. Even though when the back starts hurting, it's pretty much over, no matter who it is. And they martyred him, and everyone celebrates him, even to this day. And now with liberals are celebrating Kirk dying, now they're crying, they're raging, they're losing their jobs. There's a whole website with 100,000 people being profiled that's celebrating in public life. So like that was probably like the best thing I've ever seen. Like, yeah, that was probably the most white pill I've ever been for, like, you know, because the Twitter right, there's not a lot of victories, but you know, with that one, it was a pretty good one. It made all those liberals celebrated, and now they're getting fucked over.
Ants that laughed, that mocked it, that said it was a good thing, he deserved it. And you realize that it is a battle between good and evil. And I don't believe that when you're fighting evil, you lower the intensity. I think that we must very intensely fight evil because we have to win. If we lose, and by we, I mean
I think it was like
people,
5 times the ad.
They're going to hurt us, and they're going to destroy the things that we care about. So for me, it's not necessarily about intensity. Temperature, I would say intensity. I think we should all fight for what we believe in intensely every day. I would change it and say it's really a question of love and hate. It was a hateful action to kill Charlie Kirk. It's a hateful action to celebrate. I think that we should be intense, but we should also move in love. And what that means is, you know, I said this on my show, people kill each other with bullets and literally murder each other and take their lives. We also kill each other by destroying each other's reputations. When we lie about somebody, when we gossip about somebody, when you go and actually do the examen of conscience at confession at a Catholic church, and you go through all the different sins, and you say, because you have to contemplate, you have to confess everything, every mortal
Confess it
sin,
all.
You have to confess all of it. So first you examine it systematically. Have I done this? Have I done that? And one of the violations of the commandment, thou shalt not kill, is gossip, detraction. It's attacking somebody with a lie. Because that's a form of killing somebody, in a certain sense. It's a form of damning somebody. And so I wouldn't say we need to lower the intensity, but we should always move in love. And by that, I don't mean some kind of like new age and move in love, very vague.
It's all
and
about
non-specific.
love, dude.
But I mean, we should want what's good for
Not that
everybody.
hippie
We
shit.
should will the good for us, and also even for our enemies too, and for the whole country. And so that's why I said my first reaction when I did my show, a lot of people said, well, we now got to go and kill 2 of theirs. They killed
No.
one of ours.
Gotta be
Now
fat
we need to
posting.
get violent. You know, now we got to go and pick up arms. How
Who said
many's
that?
too many? I think there were, I mean, not anybody notable, but I think there were a lot of people that were thinking that.
On the conservative side.
I think so.
You think so?
I do.
Are you saying groypers, or you're saying like
The groypers.
What part of that? Because are you saying groypers? Is
No,
that-
no, absolutely not.
You're saying just conservatives, period.
I'm saying, yeah. I
LARPers,
think that,
bro.
I mean, do you think that after.
Dude, with this death, like, it's finally, like, began the conversation of, like, right-wing LARPing being bad. It's like, because, you know, at the funeral, like, for a dead person, Erica came up, talked about forgiving the killer, because, you know, sorry to break this to you, but you can't just waive Christianity when it's, like, political points. When it's for, like, secular politics, if you're actually a faithful Christian. And, you know, all these LARPers are like, I would not forgive, I would do all this. If your wife were killed by a black... Dude, sorry to break this to you, but you're just LARPing. You've probably never seen a liberal in your life. You've not seen Antifa in person ever. Just cut the LARP, bro. All you're doing is just attacking Christianity. Like, you're on the side of Adam Green if you attack the forgiveness clip. Like, you're literally on the side of Adam Green. Like, I don't know what else to tell you about that.
People saw Charlie Kirk get murdered. There were at least some people that said, we have to match the left.
Perfect. I'm glad you brought that up. So my initial reaction, I'm a very bad person. Very. Initial reaction is vengeance, right? That's normal. Initial. But, you know, that's the part where, you know, there's certain people that will come say stuff about me. They say it all the time.
They say it all the time.
You've got money from Assad. We don't do sponsorship.
Assad paid.
We haven't taken sponsorship.
Bro, you're doing sponsorships in this episode right now.
Sponsorship money for Twitter. The only thing we take is AdSense, and that's what YouTube does. We don't pick and choose what it is, right?
Got paid by
But
YouTube.
they'll say stuff like that. Doesn't bother me, because it's like, you know, if you fight it, they're gonna do more of it. So what are you gonna? Oh, no, John, that's what bothers them. Let me keep going. Nah, I'm good. I'm gonna do your part. Yeah,
He's good.
Maybe if I was in my
He's making
20s,
money.
I would constantly fight that over and over and over again. I'm not. To me, I also think there's a moment here, where we have a moment. I feel like within the Conservative Party, there's a lot of different gangs, okay? In a mob, if you go study the history of the mob with Lucky Luciano,
The
when
mob.
they created the commission,
Spring
all
up
these
the
different
mob.
families came together, right? It doesn't mean...
Dude, the mob was like 80 years ago. Like, whatever America is suffering through is not the same as the mafia. Like, you really got to stop talking about the mafia in comparison to what is happening now. Like, that time is over. The Sopranos itself literally said in the first episode, they were like, Tony Soprano literally said he was born at the end of it. Like, you can't really talk about them in the current context, considering that crime is now black and the mafia's, and you know, it made it to the point where people actually romanticize the mafia, even though they did bad things back then.
We're buddy. Hey, how you doing? You know, everything's good. That's not what that means. It just means, listen, at the end of the day, maybe the enemy isn't who we think the enemy is. Okay? Maybe you and Charlie, 90%, I don't know, 80, 90%, you were on the same page. Is it worth us getting this nasty over the 10%? I don't know. I don't know. I feel we're at an era right now that I think all the voices matter. And I think, like, I don't know what your aspirations are long term. Do you have any aspirations to run for office one day?
Potentially.
Okay, potentially. Do you think Charlie was going to one day run for office?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I said that all the time. I think you probably have some plans of one day running. They showed me a clip when he said, I want 100,000 people that are making money, low-key, underground, nobody knows, where you're kind of breaking that down. Okay, great. So you want to run for office one day. Great. You have your own certain ideas, philosophies that you want to go. But I think that this next
segment.
Excuse me. I think this next part.
Is he about to cry? Bruh.
This is an MLK moment.
No, dude. No. This is not MLK. Stop comparing him to MLK. Like, this shit has got to stop. Like, seriously. I'm done hearing about fucking MLK being compared to conservatives now. Like, I can't believe this, man. I literally can't believe it that we're still talking about MLK. Like, he was a far left socialist. He would hate anyone that is right wing now. Like, he would be kneeling right now. This is not an MLK moment. This is a like, why can't we compare? Like, even if we compare this to the past, like, can't this be like a right wing figure dying? Like, can this be a Franz Ferdinand moment? Why does it gotta be MLK? Or even Abe Lincoln, for that matter. At least say Abe Lincoln or something like that. Or even William McKinley. Like, this is not MLK. I'm just sick of hearing that. Like, for real. I'm done hearing that compared to people who MLK would despise politically.
What was the MLK of Republicans and conservatives? Even though Martin Luther King was a Republican and his wife.
No, dude, I can't. Dude, he's been with MLK. Dude, MLK was pictured more with LBJ and JFK more than ever with any Republican. Like, dude, bro was literally like MLK's literally black ambassador to enforce civil rights. Like, he was never with Eisenhower or Nixon. It never happened. Like, come on.
Called Nixon to get some help. They didn't call back. He called John F. Kennedy. She called, and then that's when they flipped. I'm going to be a Democrat, and next year, and then you got.
Then that's the point. He's not Republican. He never was. As long as he tried to force integration, that's all that mattered to him. If it was Republican, he would have still been with them, but it was with Democrats, so that's where he was going.
Barry Goldwater and the whole thing is a mess. African Americans were conservatives.
African Americans were conservative. Yeah, right.
My question for you is, how is your approach going to change moving forward? Are you still planning on going all out, aggressive? Because you said love and hate, right? Are you still trying to go with that part? Like yesterday, Trump said something, I don't know if you caught it. You probably caught it. When he said, I hate my enemies. I hate my enemies. I don't know. Erica's probably going to come talk to me afterwards, change my mind. You got to love the guy that he talks like that, right? You guys got a little bit of that similar style of things that you guys do. But I do think deep down inside he's loved today. I do think he's loved today. What's going to change about your approach? Anything? Or are you planning on being the same?
To be honest with you, I don't think there's much that needs to change. I mean, we all have a battle that we fight every day. I mean,
it's
like
all
you said,
battle.
The first reaction when you saw him go down was vengeance. And,
no question.
and especially when you do a live show, so many of the things I've said that I regret or are unfortunate things, it's things that you get whipped up talking about something you're passionate about, and out of anger, something like that, you take it too far. You say something careless. And so, to the extent that it's a reminder of our mortality, I always try every day to keep it truthful, and to make sure that it's coming from the right place. I don't think we should be emotional. I don't think anger, and I agree with you, the chart that you showed, we shouldn't want to be angry. We should want to be prudent, and we should want to be thoughtful, and we should want to act out of rationality as opposed to emotion. And so, to the extent that Charlie Kirk died, how it affected me, I'm going to try harder to move in that way. But I think I've been tending in that direction for a long time.
Did he inspire you? Was there anything about him that inspired you?
Yes. The one thing that he inspired me about, because I did not like him when he was alive, I'll be honest with you. The one thing that inspired me is this guy was a workhorse. And I respect that because I have a hard time with discipline. I'm not the most disciplined person when it comes to hard work. And this guy was a beast. I mean, the stuff that he did, working morning to night, you got to think he did a 3-hour show every day, wrote books. Then he went home and managed Turning Point. Then he went and flew out and did 100 campus events. That's just like him and Trump. They have that Protestant work ethic.
The work ethic.
And I know you're a capitalist, you're a businessman. There's nothing I respect more than people that build, people that work hard. That's noble. That's good. That's a virtue. So that was very inspirational to me.
I want 3 more hours with you because I got so many questions. I'm getting so...
3 more hours, bro.
Is there any thoughts you have to
Suno show?
Yeah, I actually watched your show.
What'd you think about him?
You know, I think he's very disciplined also. Very composed, very disciplined.
Dude,
but I just
show.
don't like that type of activism. I don't know how productive that is.
What did you disagree with him on?
You know, he is a ideological racialist. Like, and I believe that goes too far. I'm a Catholic. I don't know what his religious views are. I think there's a tendency from some white nationalists to idolize race. They believe that race is the highest virtue. As a Catholic, I do believe there's a universal community of human beings, that we are all human in a fundamental way. And although I do believe that race is real, I also think we're all humans also. So I would say he's more racialist than me. And I also think that from an ideological point of view, from a professional point of view, I just do not support that type of activism. These provocative marches where they're not getting in people's faces, but it is intended to provoke. It is intended to be transgressive. And I don't know how much I like that.
He was also interesting to get to know, and he was very good in the way he communicated. His style is very different than yours. He's very, the way he speaks is more here. You're more animated. You have a very smooth style of delivering your message, but actually wanted to know this guy to see what drove him. Your opinion of me. I'm Middle Eastern, married to a white girl. Okay.
Yeah. He's
I'm from Iran.
Mud
Christian
shark.
Guy. Mom's a Christian. Dad's a Christian. Mom was a communist. Dad was an imperialist. Went to Germany, refugee camp, came to the States. Do you think
Bro's
there
an
should be
anchor
more
baby.
opportunities of guys like me to end up here, or do you think it's better off for America, purely based on odds?
Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. This is the moment he's gonna press about his own. Oh, what do you think about me, bro? I'm a Armenian communist imperialist who got here from a camp like the Nazis. And do you think it's good if I get sent back?
Minimize more of me coming to America.
This is what they always do. It's brown pundits, they always do that. What do you think about me, though?
Well, I think that the most important thing to consider about immigration is it's just the volume. It's the numbers.
Well, I missed most of this, yeah. I mean, that's a con of live stream, of trying to find a live stream of someone reacting to it on the fly, because you're gonna end up waking up past everything. Candace did the same thing, yeah, she did. What about me? Africa is African civilization. You're not Egyptian, Candace. You're not Egyptian. If they're so obsessed with getting white partners after getting hit with money, you should just admit your own race. Shit skin. AI mod on Kick being cringe.
I don't have a problem in principle with immigration at all.
I'm probably the most offensive person on YouTube right now, but apparently I got the news right now. This apparently just came out. We'll do a little side tangent right now, a little bit. Justin, YouTube admits to having censored people during the COVID pandemic and for political reasons, offers Terminate creators the opportunity to rejoin the platform. Look at this. They admitted it. They banned people for political reason. I mean, look at this. Google admits censorship. We might be coming back, bros. All the bad people. All those people that talked about 13-year-olds being racist. They're coming back. Yeah, sanction them. Fuck Google. Bring them back. Bring them back. All of them. The time is now. The time is now. Bring them back. Bring them back. Yeah, Jim Jordan, but that's not all. Rare Jim Jordan dub, even though he's like crap most of the time, he got Google to kneel before the free speech bros. Bring them back. Let's go. Bring them back. Bring all of them back. YouTube used to be fun. And plus, the offensive people will give them ad revenue. So, you know, Google complains about ad revenue going down. Get all the funny people back and you'll see that money come. There'll be no more scams, AI and all that. You get funny people back on and the people will like it. And, you know, it's just an endless cycle of money.
If we brought in 1 million, or maybe not 1 million, but if we brought in, let's say, 300,000 people every year that are like you, that are intelligent, that
people
are
like you,
productive, that are going to be generative, I don't necessarily have a problem with that in and of itself. The problem is that for 30 years, we bring in 2 or 3 million people per year. The foreign-born population has doubled. We brought in 50 to 60 million people since 1990. That's just too many people. And how I would distinguish it is that we're bringing in so many people that it's fundamentally altering what America is. You go to like Miami. Miami's like a Caribbean country.
Miami
it doesn't
is
even
Cuba.
feel like America. It feels more like Costa Rica or something. You go to New York, LA. It doesn't feel like what America used to be, what America is distinctly. And that's what I have a problem with, that pretty soon everywhere it's going to be so diverse, linguistically, ethnically, religiously, that you can't even say America is anything. You know, like the mayor of Minneapolis, he's doing advertisements in Somalian.
He is.
What is that?
Dude. I saw that and it was like the funniest thing I've ever seen. Like, we gotta watch it together. Yeah, let's see. Here we go. Where is he? Come on, I want the video, damn it. Bro. Here we go. This is it. You gotta hear this. You gotta hear this shit. Somali is like a language from a movie. If all those bannings maul you are the worst, that's like the problem with normal conservatives. They buy into the loser winner thing, yeah. Yeah, they win, but it's like this thing is actually why it's a lose. But yeah. Conservatives need to stop that. Just take the win. You gotta know Spanish in Florida, yep. You gotta know Spanish in Florida. Bet. Base Florida, base DeSantis. We're all speaking Cuban. We're all speaking Cuban.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry. Dota Magalada, Minneapolis.
I still can't believe this is a real language.
Shaabka Somaliyed. Kai Yamid Mogadishu. Dero. Hargeisa. Osaso. Bedabo. Kismayo. Wahan Rabah. In An Idin Shego. Minneapolis.
Yeah, that's a real language. Apparently that is a real thing. You know, happy 80th anniversary not speaking German, by the way. 80 years we didn't speak German. I went to meet us back last September. It was fucking wild, yeah. They're all speaking African there. Look, it's literally like Somalia. It's literally Somalia down up there. We was Vikings and shit. They used to be Vikings, but now they're Somali.
They had a the cop badge is now in Arabic. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah. It's in Arabic.
How do you feel about that?
I think that's horrible.
What do you think about?
There was literally an entire city blocked with trash everywhere. Yep, that's Minneapolis for you.
Between the two,
ever since 2020, it's literally Africa there.
And Jews. Which one concerns you more?
Jews, for sure.
Like it's Mogadishu up there.
They're more powerful.
So more powerful in a way. You're talking the fact that they have money, finance, Hollywood. Is that what you're?
Yeah, they have more position in American society.
And how do you think they got that?
I think they got it because they're they are extremely connected. They're a transnational entity. You know, this is how the Rothschilds got started. Their superpower is that they live everywhere, and they have their Jewish identity supersedes their local identity. So a Jewish person in America or in Germany or in France or in the UK, they can all talk to each other and work together.
Do you
and
think that's a bad
Bro's
thing?
breathing in the mic.
Not in and of itself. It is detrimental for America.
Patrick, stop breathing in the mic,
Is
bro.
it detrimental though? Because I'm a Syrian, right? And I wish Assyrians were more like this. And let me tell you why I relate to them. We don't have a country. Assyrians used to have a country. We used to be the first warriors. We
was warriors, man.
All over
We
the
was
place.
warriors.
The history we had, the things we invented, and then we became
was
a little
Arab
cocky.
step
And
warriors.
God came in and was like, "Listen, man, relax, Assyrians. You ain't gonna come and be the king of the jungle. It's me." And you hear the
He's
stories
the
about
king
that
of
they
the-
built
he's the
towers
king
to
of the
go all way
brown
to the top
people.
because we are Syrians, and and then we failed. He's like, no,
You
look at
failed.
No one knows who Assyrians are. You don't even have a country, right? We know
Not
the land
even
in Iraq
real.
or
Not even
wherever
real
you
country.
are. You don't have it anymore.
Well, I relate to retarded brown country, but I'm American. But also, fuck you.
I think when a community becomes too cocky,
Yeah,
the
that's
man
him.
upstairs is going to handle
That's
that
literally
himself,
him. This
right?
this part
But
of the
in a sense,
of the,
when you see
of the interview,
they went from a small community to have this much influence. Isn't that almost impossible for them to pull off? Like, isn't that? So it either produces one of two things. I'm not intimidated. I'm not a guy that is envious or jealous or
he is.
Oh my God, that guy's richer than me. That guy's this.
The guy is
I'm
this
not.
and that.
I want to see what they did and what worked for them. For example, to me, when I think about Jews, I think about Mormons. I think about Scientologists. I used to have an office where
Who
half the
cares
office
about
was
the
all
Mormons
Scientology, and I
and
learned all
L.
these
Ron
phrases,
Hubbard
assist,
people?
or,
Doesn't matter.
I went to their church and Dianetics and L. Ron Hubbard and what he would say when you get a headache, you do this.
The thing is that with the Mormons is that even though they have the Mormons, like they don't have like Mormon Defamation League, like like they don't have like a they don't have like a religious like bias. Like they can work well with any other Christian. Same thing with Scientologists. They don't care if like they work with Jews. They don't care if they work with non-members. The worst is that like a celebrity comes like blacklisted because like they disagreed with like one thing of their cult. With Jewish people, they will literally, all the companies, all the influencers, celebrities, they will all gang up on you the moment you go viral for saying something bad about them. That's like the main difference.
It's and all these weird extras. I'm like, oh, interesting. How much money did we give? $200,000. Why'd you give that? But let me tell you, those guys that were in, they had each other's back. It was a fraternity that you wish family members were like this, right? I think Scientologists have it maybe more than Jews. So I think Jews will bite each other a little bit, not as much. And then Mormons have each other's back. Of course, there's a fallout out as well where people come out and they'll talk about God makers or, what Gordon B. Hinckley, and I've read all of that stuff from over the years. But what's wrong with them winning at the highest level?
Well, I agree with you that it is remarkable, and it is actually ominous how much they've achieved. Here's the problem, though. America's an open society. The premise of this country is it's self-government, of, by, for the people. There's a egalitarian idea that we are all citizens, and our government is going to be comprised of
the little
citizenry
hats, bro.
of
They
America.
they couldn't win against
That's
the little
deeply
hats,
embedded
bro.
in
That's
who
how
we are,
powerful
and in our
they are.
government and our whole system. And just take me, for example. I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish. The Italians were very much like this when they immigrated to America. They had in Chicago what they called the outfit, which was the mafia, and they looked out for each other. And when my grandfather died on my mom's side, I believe my grandmother got a loan from the outfit. And they would come by every month or whatever, and they'd bring a fruit basket, and they'd
What's
look after
wrong
her.
with it? They have a loyalty to another country. Yeah. This is why they always talk about like Italians, because they know that, because they are aware that no other ethnic group in America acts the way that the small hat people do. They talk about Italians and all their mischief in the night, with the mafia and the stuff from the 2 centuries ago, but like they were forced to be American. Like, I mean, right now you think that they have like you think that their ethnic enclaves are as strong as Chinatown now? Of course not. Little Italy is becoming Chinese. Meanwhile, you know, that one Jewish enclave in New York, it's still going. It's like 500,000. And there's like no brown people there. It's like pointing out the other hyphenated people does not excuse the little hat people from when they do their thing that negatively affects the country.
Spalatra's group. Do you know the history of it, or was it Tony Spalatra?
I don't know who it was specifically.
Okay, got it.
But so you know, these are some of the stories I would hear growing up from my mom and my grandmother.
So think about at that time, how many people were against Italians? At that time, how many people didn't like Italians in New York? Because you know, Bank of America was first called Bank of Italy. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
So can you pull up, Rob? Was Bank of America first Bank of Italy? If I'm wrong, it is what it is. I think Bank of America was originally Bank of Italy, and everybody used to. Yes, the Bank of America was originally founded in Bank of Italy in 1904 to an Italian American in San Francisco, and that financial needs of Italian immigrants and other underserved people. The bank eventually merged with another institution to form Bank of America and changed its name to Bank of America. Right? The tellers were Italians. You know, they would give small little loans, $10, $4, $5 to them. And some people were not supportive of that. They're like, what are Italian immigrants doing here? You guys are becoming too much power in New York. We're not happy about
Their
this.
power in
so
New
there
York.
was some of that going on 100 years ago.
And that's what I'm saying is that did exist. And then what happened eventually is that Italians assimilated. Eventually these groups,
They
these
got forced.
ethnic advocacy groups were broken up.
They voluntarily chose to break up into just another part of America. Like, you can't, like, the Jews still refuse to be a part of the Americana or whatever. In the same way that African Americans and all these other Latinos don't want to just act like other Latino Americans.
If you could call the outfit that, or the mob of New York. And then Italians assimilated. And when I grew up, I saw myself as American. I didn't see myself as Italian American. I just saw myself as American. And I think that, you know, when you see Jewish people working together, I don't think there's anything wrong with that inherently. And I agree with you. It's like a superpower. It's actually admirable in some ways. They look out for each other. But if society becomes, American society in particular, a place where every group is ganging up, well, we're the whites, we're the blacks, we're the Jews, we're the then I think what America is starts to come apart, and it turns into kind of like a bit of a politicized race war. And I think that you either have to have a society where everybody gets to play by those rules and everybody could be pro what they are, or everybody is
themselves.
assimilated and we're all Americans. And that's why I say it's detrimental, is that if Jewish people are Jewish first, not of, by, and for America, but of,
What is he even doing with the pen? Like, he's always opening the pen.
by, and for the Jewish nation, this is problematic when they're in positions of power, because are they looking out for all of us, or are they looking out for themselves first? And when you look at the Israel policy, that's where people start to say, I think you're looking out for yourselves first. I think you're biased. And unfortunately, you're using the public purse and American soldiers to fight your own battles. And that's the problem. It's not, I don't have hatred for them. I don't have a problem with them in themselves or even what they do. It's just that with our system, that doesn't work.
You know what I would say to that as well? When, you know, if they use the American soldiers in their advantage and all that other stuff. Okay. Who negotiated that deal? Some president negotiated that deal. Someone said yes to it, right? When they say, well, let me tell you.
Someone who said yes to it.
That person is afraid to platform this guy because he's afraid his donors are going to go and do this. And it's Israel's fault. No, it's not. It's the guy who runs the... It's not Israel's fault. What are you talking about?
It's Israel's fault.
This guy sends me a message. AIPAC. I got a text. Not a text. What do you call it in the X? A DM I get from AIPAC. Okay? Hey, we'd like you to come to Israel. We'd like to invite you. I'm sure many people get that message, right? They send it. I said, I'm going to come with my pastor. I don't want you to pay for it. I'm going to pay for it. I want to bring my crew because I want to go see Jerusalem. You're not going to see me putting the what do they call it? The
kippah.
I'm not going to put that on.
He's going to wear the
But guess
kippah.
what? I respect the culture.
Okay. I gotta give him a dub. At least he's not wearing the kippah. I mean, you know, he knows he doesn't want to, because, you know, with all these, like, people who go to Israel, they want to, like, make it about the Jewishness, even if it's, like, Christian, even if they say they're doing it for, like, Christianity or something. They go to the Western Wall and all the Jewish sites first, and then, like, do a token picture at the Holy Sepulchre. But, like, he's flat out saying he's not wearing the kippah when he's there. Bro's using it's the gun's fault argument. Yeah.
And I want to go to Gaza, and I would ask for some idea of protection.
Go to Gaza.
That if we can go to Gaza, show it to her. I want to see this stuff. I want to go with my pastor. First time around, I'm not going to take my kids. Maybe the second, third time, I'll take my kids. But to me, I don't put the onus on, like when a guy's like, that guy has slept with so many people, this, and the girl said yes.
The girl said yes.
No, but you don't understand. He's a man whore. But the girl said yes.
She said yeah. Oh, let's. Hey, bitch. She said yes.
So is it Israel or is it the girl?
Is it the girl?
You understand what point I'm trying to make here?
Absolutely.
So to me, it's kind of like, I mean, look, if
Bro's blaming women for Israel, let's go. Bro's blaming women for the Gaza genocide. Let's go.
You said Israel over Muslims, right? Mm-hmm. Which of the two do you think has been a bigger net positive to America?
Oh, well, it has to be Israel, absolutely.
Okay, so a part about that part.
But well, in terms of, I wouldn't say net positive. I would say
net.
In terms of raw, maybe like gross positive, because they've had a lot of contributions culturally. And even, you know, in terms of art, literature, music, also scientifically. But it's difficult to say on that because I also think that there's quite a bit of a detriment. I think that the melting pot comes from the Jewish community.
What do you mean by that?
The melting
idea
pot.
of the melting pot, that comes from a Jewish playwright. You know, because Jewish people come to America, and like
there's
all
the ad
immigrants,
again.
they say, well, we want
Another
America
time.
to be more welcoming. So they start to spin up these ideas that, well, America was never this country of white Christians. It's always been a melting pot for all immigrants. They want the country to be more open because that makes it more comfortable for them. It makes it more tolerant for them. But this has also made us more open and tolerant for Muslims, for example. We're bringing, I mean, who's been the biggest driver of, like, the Hart-Celler 65 Immigration Act? It was like the SPLC, which is run by Jewish lawyers. And so they're major drivers of mass migration. They're also major drivers of the pro-Israel politics, like the Iraq War. It was many Jewish journalists and pundits and advocates.
Sure.
So a point being is, like, when you calculate on net, and I agree with you, like, I think there are a lot of people that are critical of Israel that are reluctant to acknowledge the good that Jews do. And I think that Jews are, they're brilliant. Many of them are brilliant.
So when I'm saying net positive, I'm talking jobs, economy. How often you hear about crime, what they do. Like if you have a choice between living in a city in Minnesota, Dearborn, and living in...
No one's living in Minnesota.
What's the city that... Boca Raton, let's just say, right? If you have a choice between raising your family between Dearborn and Boca Raton, where do you choose?
Boca Raton,
okay,
of course,
so
yeah.
so the point is, like, they go to a place, and by the way, to me, if that was Muslims, guess what? I would say Muslims. But statistically, wherever they live, it's safer, things are nicer, things get better.
I agree.
And that is one part to measure where they're at. Now, do I see them overly aggressive? Do I see them the type that are going to use politicians and buy them like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people are saying? 100%. Do I see them, they're going to be there in everyone's DM and email saying, hey, you know, we'd love to support you. We'd love to bring you to Israel and, you know, doing all that
Go
stuff.
to Israel.
It's obvious. I'm seeing it myself, okay? Do I look at that and shame them and say, oh, you shame on... I look at that and say, no, I wish Armenians would do that. I've never gotten an invitation from Prime Minister of Armenia. He should
he's not getting the paid Armenian trip. Why is he not bringing me to Armenia? I believe the Armenian genocide is real.
Probably send me an invite to go there, right? It's not a bad idea to come and show the country. I'm Armenian.
Never forget the 1.5 million.
Syrian. Syrians don't have a country. It's probably a good idea. You don't see that. You wish others would do that. So for me...
So this guy's Armenian, Syrian. Yeah, so apparently... Hold on. Let's... You know, he actually has his ethnicity on Twitter. on his Twitter profile. Let's see. Patrick Bet David. There we go. Okay, here we go. Yankees minority owner, born in Iran, made in America, half Armenian, half Assyrian. So he's born in Iran. He's not even 1 ounce of Iranian, by the way. Not even 1 ounce of Persian. He's half Armenian, half Assyrian. Like, and somehow he was born in Iran. Like, yeah, he's marketing scheme race, yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes that thing happens. Like, they just have the mystery meat. They just have the mystery meat ancestry. Where it's like, he was born, he was born this and that and all that. It happens sometimes.
As much as when I go into that, by the way, I'll give you one other side that, Israel's going to be like, yeah. This other side to me is I actually do believe they leverage Mossad to get intel. I actually do believe they use black. I actually do believe they do that. So, there's nothing going on with Epstein. No. Michael Wolff did a podcast with him 2 months ago. And when he was at Epstein's house, the 100 hours of recording that he has with him, I said, how many times was Ehud Barak there? Am I saying his name correctly? Barak.
Ehud Barak.
Ehud Barak. He said he was there many times. He said,
kind of wish Nick would have just locked in the camera, just dropped the hard R. Yeah.
Gets there many times.
Yeah. He's really mad at he in this podcast he was actually still going on about the N-word. It's like, bro, you admitted to him, you admitted to Nick's face that you say the N-word like all the time. Like, you literally say it in private all the time.
Why would the former prime minister visit the guy 30-something times? Just because the conversation's great? That's a little bit suspect, right? So to me, I'll go there, but I'll go the other end. So what I'm trying to do,
like, this guy literally was like, this guy's literally like all this Arab, but he literally lived like a black person. Nigga's too nice.
Like, if you're wondering what my role is,
like, he literally talked about how he was gangbanging with black people.
Okay, my role is I want to continue talking to you. I want us to do many of these together as we go through whatever journey we go through next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And I'd like you to be around 60 years from now to see whatever you want to do. And let's see what your ideas are going to land and what they're going to go through. I'm sure as
you
we
give
all
no
age,
quarter to
some of them get better,
rug
some of them get
salesman.
sharper. Maybe this used to be a number 1 to us.
It's your fault you trusted an Armenian.
6. Maybe it's going to be number 6.
You trusted the rug salesman.
We're 46. Maybe this used to be number 11 when we're 26. Now it's number 2 when we're 52. Who knows? Life changes. You evolve, right? You're just watching Trump in the last 10 years change. He's not the same. Just the way he does.
I'm trying to drop wisdom on the YN.
His speaking, I was watching him speak yesterday. And the way he's doing press conference. A very different guy on where he's at. And it's not like he's tired and he's not working. You said him and Charlie Kirk, the Protestant, workers thing that they have. It's not that. I just see his going through it himself. I would like people on both sides to not be like, oh my God, he just said Nick Fuentes on. That's it. No.
Dude, what? Why? The fucking caption? Bro, who wrote this caption? Like bruh. Who wrote this?
You don't control me. I want to talk to you. Oh my God. He brought Cuomo and he did this. Dude.
He brought Cuomo. What the fuck? What is YouTube captioning doing? What is this? Look at this. Look at this. Cuomo. Cuomo. What?
Cuomo, we orchestrated a conversation.
And then it corrects it. Look at that. It immediately corrected it. After the next... It's literally picking up his accent, bro. It literally is like writing out the captions in his accent.
With him and Dave Smith. It was great. And we had Chris Cuomo and Candace speak. It was great. They gave their arguments. And Chris said some things about, people don't need IDs to vote. I don't agree with that. But guess what? At least we had the conversation, right?
We had the conversation. I want illegals to vote.
I'll sit with you. I'll sit with... let me tell you, I got a lot of death threats after having BB on the camera. And I had 3 outcomes with BB, right? To me, it was very simple what I wanted to get. I wish I had 2 hours with him.
He sounds like BB,
but it was a short time. But I guess maybe the final thing that I want to get before we wrap up is, do you mind in a 3 to 5 minute part, finish up that part on when we were going through with you and Cassie and Media Matters.
They're still talking about Cassie, Media Matters. Let's go.
And Leadership Institute.
Still
and
talking about
Reagan
that bitch.
Battalion, and the video that we were talking about. Do you mind going past that a little bit?
Yeah.
And maybe let's finish that story, and then we'll wrap up the podcast.
Sure. So, yeah, then I went to Charlottesville. And,
You went to
Just
Seville.
for context, I wasn't at the Tiki Torch event. I got there actually the next day. And by the time I got to the actual thing, they had already shut it down. So I got blamed for being there, even though technically I wasn't even really there. But so I went there. Because of that, I got fired from RSBN. They let me go after that. That's when I started doing my show independently. And, you know, kind of the rest was history. But I started doing it independently. And I guess the next big saga was my interaction with Charlie Kirk, which is where my followers were going to his events. This was in autumn 2019. And they were asking him, why are you Israel first? And why do you support mass legal migration? And why are you so tolerant towards some of the like LGBT stuff? He's very pro-gay at that time and other things. And that was really where I put myself on the map which was with the Groyper War, where we were kind of challenging and pushing back on him. And ever since then, I guess I've been the kind of underground counterweight to these more establishment GOP people. And it's sort of interesting over the years how this has evolved, my relationship with Trump, with Charlie Kirk. These are kind of the standard bearers of conservatism in this day and age. And I guess I'm just the story of the congenital, like the archetypal young white male of the Trump era. The young white male, extremely online, very political, disaffected, disillusioned, that has just kind of been following all these things to their reasonable conclusion. And it's interesting how that's changed over 10 years. I mean, it's been such a long time I've done it. But yeah, that was sort of kind of the next part in that saga. But as you know, it's a very long story. So
Yes, it is. And I see a bunch of stuff going on with you guys, you know, all the names, everybody going back. I've watched the clips. We react to some of them here on the podcast. If you see us, we'll react to it. And you're always making noise. So you're you know, we have to react to it. Your sense of humor is, let me tell you, you know, you have that sense of humor and the wit. It's a secret weapon, because you can have all the brains you want. You can be a very good communicator, but if you don't have that funny sense of humor side, that is a secret weapon that can't be taught. You can go take all the Udemy classes. You can go to Harvard, Yale. You can go to, you know, whatever courses you want to go take. You can study everything about the Constitution. Know every word better than anybody. The Federalist Paper, you can recite it. The Bible, all of it. You don't have a sense of humor? You know, and you're sarcastic, you're a troll, you got all of that.
We are trolls.
So it's great for camera.
We are the right-wing
Nick,
trolls.
I really appreciate you coming out. I got respect for you that you paid for it yourself. Allow me to pay for you next time if you come out. You don't have to worry about the driving. Let us at least take care of your flight. But I look forward to many more conversations that we have together. This was actually, when people say, what do you think is going to happen? I think we're going to have a great conversation. It was exactly what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a great conversation.
I'm glad to hear it.
Anytime. Appreciate you,
man.
buddy.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Yeah.
And I think you are on Manek, right? I think you are on Manek as well, where people can ask you questions, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we're going to set it up now.
Okay.
I'm not there yet, though.
Flying guitar,
All right,
Aries.
so guys, we're going to put his contact information below to get a hold of him. Having said that, take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
All right.
Hi, I'm Nick.
Oh, there it is. There it is, the ad read again.
If you want to text me or call me or ask me a question, you can find me on Manect.
You can find me on Manect. Let's go. The first ad. Yeah, it's an ad read. It's literally an ad read. Let's go. Yeah, so that was that. Dang, it was almost an hour and 50 minutes. That was long. You know it's going to be a banger when PD spends 5 minutes explaining himself. LMAO. He's going to get so many Jew questions, lol. Your move, Joe Rogan, your move. It's finally happening. Podcasters and all that. Let's go. I'm a 32-year-old African from Bamdia. What's that name? I don't know. In the Anglophone region of Cameroon. Big fan of your podcast. On Nick's point of white people marrying white. Personally, don't think it's racist for anyone to want to stay with their own race. That's generally normal. Like, same race. Yo, we got the black peoples, we got the Africans, you know, backing us up. Yeah, thanks, random African. Oh, Africans know the real thing about interracial marriage more than like certain white people. They know it's bad. They know it more than we do. Africans are so red-pilled. You know, in spite of what they do, they know what's up with the race mixing. They know exactly what's up. PVC, when I'm Iranian, he wants my daughter to marry another Arab. The world doesn't care. When a Chinese man wants the same, no one cares. Yeah, it's all the people talk about the race mixing. Finally, that foreign aid paying dividends. Bro, all the comments are about interracial marriage. They're all mad. They're all big mad. Alright. Let's see what's on. See if there's anything happening on Twitter. In the meantime, I'm a free thinker. Can find me on Mick Connect.
The police are here. Why don't we wait for the police?
You could have gone
Yeah,
call them.
He's gonna kneel on that guy's neck. My friend's glasses. Oh, fuck you!
He's gonna
you. I
kneel.
got that on video. Fuck you. Fuck off.
He's gonna kneel on your neck. Let's go. That's a classic. Bad job for Patrick David. Let's see. What the? Candace Owens suggested Charlie Kirk was shot from underground tunnels. What's this bitch had to say? Macron, please. Please, Macron. Please sue her.
There's a massive pipeline that was almost exactly behind where Charlie was sitting. Here's that maybe it's a water.
The random IRL COVID clips from Nick were so good. Remember on the news, yeah.
Water pipeline, I don't know, but there it is under the flag. And to your right, I went into my tips line.
Where's the
and I saw
tunnel?
that somebody had messaged me about this. More than one person messaged me about this. They're like, "Hey, yeah, there's like a whole underground thing there." And to your right, you're
Yes, totally, bro.
observing those two little boxes, and they told me that was a.
There's no
trap door.
hole.
Now, I'm not
There's
implying
no
someone
hole.
Popped up and shot Charlie.
That's literally the roof. That's literally the roof hole. Like, it's not
That's a
underground.
close-up of that area. I'm just implying that there's an entire underground there.
Like, you literally see the ground, bro.
And I remember when I looked at the footage, I felt like it was coming up. I don't know anything about ballistics. I'm not an expert.
Yeah, because you're stupid.
But if there was a hatch door nearby,
There was a trap door, but it's so ridiculous, yeah.
then we can assume, as we should always assume with colleges, obviously stadiums, there's always an underground path. So I'm wondering if the
Yeah, because that's where the team walks to not be, you know, to get by from the ground floor with all the people. That's like the whole point of it.
federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done that.
Dude, you literally said no one shot him from behind. So now the shot was from underground because you're desperate to prove that Tyler Robinson was innocent.
Everyone's looking around.
Yeah, PBD, he finally gave in. Yeah, that's what he did. After all this time, he finally took the L and did the show.
And thinking that a shot went off
Safa.
from here.
Safa,
if that was
Patrick.
just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no
She
exit wound.
is
Again,
so
I'm theorizing
stupid,
because I have
bro.
a right to.
I
I have a right
can't.
to think.
I literally can't.
And that is interesting to me. Where does it go? Where do the tunnels underneath UVU lead to? Right? That's an interesting question. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should.
She's so stupid. Dude, when the settlement, when like the Macron lawsuit finally gets her guilty, like I'm celebrating. Like I can't, bro. Like I'm gonna get the tequila and the fucking margaritas. I'm just gonna drink it on stream. Like full step up. Like I'm gonna be like Ethan Ralph. I'm gonna have my own pill stream to like celebrate this witch finally like being sued for everything. I'm gonna be like Ethan Ralph. Trump's in the UN. I'm really good at the stuff. The countries are going to hell.
You have to end it now. Sid, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
You're going to hell.
In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. You have to
I'm literally telling them they're going to hell. Let's go. Tell them we're going straight to hell. Anyway, what else is going on? What's going on in the trending? Trump warns pregnant women. Yeah, it wasn't the jab. It was Tylenol this whole time. By the way, Panama viral video reveals fake alien meteorite. Oh, I remember that. Oh yeah, I've seen this. It's fake, bro. Aliens are fake. They're all fake and gay. It's all fake, bro. You gotta let it go. State of the play, yeah. What else is here? What is she training for? Yeah, it's just a 5-second clip. Someone is... Bro, these women, these troons, bro, they're crazy.
London.
Israeli teenagers prank their parents by asking if they want to donate to Gaza children. Let's see this. I opened a donation company for children in Gaza.
האם היית רוצה לתרום? לילדים עזתים. אנחנו הורסים להם את הבתים, ואנחנו צריכים גם לבנות להם, מה זאת אומרת?
You don't need to donate. It's they're already sending them to Europe. I mean, it's not even a prank. They're actually sending them to Europe.
מה זאת אומרת? כן.
What do you mean by yes?
כן, ילדים עזתים, הם, אתה יודע, בסוף הם לא החמאס.
A new prank is trending in Israel. Teenagers calling their parents, pretending to ask if they'd like to donate to children in Gaza. Their aim? To capture
literally a black woman.
Their parents' reactions.
Israel is Western. Meanwhile, there's like a black woman doing this. I'm crashing out.
For them, it's a joke.
שלום, מדברת שילת, אני מעמותת יד לתורם. אני רוצה לדעת אם את מעוניינת לתרום לילדים עזתים מהרצועה.
Dude, Israelis are so... Israelis don't even have, like, don't even have caller ID. They're so stupid.
לילדים עזתים מהרצועה שחייבים את הכסף הזה בשביל המחיה שלהם, אין להם אוכל.
Imagine being the chosen people, supposedly, but somehow you don't have caller ID to know that these are your kids.
לילדים עזתים שחייבים...
Brother crashing out.
For months, thousands of Palestinian children have been killed.
Yeah, we know. Palestine, free Palestine or whatever, I don't care. With Adam Green, dude, Adam Green. Jake, come on, man. Really you gotta get fucking Adam Green. He's not even white. He's like Jewish.
Know what you look like and where you live.
Well, I use a VPN, so.
That is SoCap, Junior. I just pulled your IP. I've got it right now.
No, you don't. Huh? Say
Albuquerque, New Mexico. Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's where you're from.
That's where you're from.
Hey!
Oh, I just pulled your IP. 308 Negra Aurora Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's you, isn't it?
No.
I'm on Google Earth right now. I see a pizza on your roof.
That's my grandma's house. Nice try.
No, what? So you're playing at your grandmother's house? You're a loser. Don't even joke to me. You're a loser. Blank.
Let's go. Thank you to... Bro, you're... Alright. What else is in here? Just a bunch of conspiracy stuff. Escalator at UN headquarters immediately stops as Trump and Melania step on it after arriving.
Mr. President, good morning.
What is your message? Can't even hear it. All these reporters yapping. What happened with Chuck Schumer? There he goes. He goes up. He's going up the escalator this time. It stops. No, it stopped. It literally stopped. Bro, it literally stopped. He has to... Bro, he has to climb... You have to climb up the escalator, bro? That's literally like... Why did the other one still go? That's so weird. It literally stopped for him. So over, guys. No. Let's see. I don't know. I think. What else I got? Got this other stuff, but it's probably just slop. Anyway. Anyway, I think this was a good stream. It was enough content. Yeah. You know, I thought it would be like shorter, considering that that Patrick David usually just streams for an hour, but it was like a while. So, yeah, I haven't eaten anything at all. So yeah, it was a good stream. It was. Got a sizable amount of people. But anyway, hope you all enjoyed it. We'll see you in the next one.